Okay, so kind of to recap from where we left off last time, seeing as it was a while ago. You guys had kind of journeyed to Eventide, kind of on the premise of investigating the kind of lack of shipments of fish coming into the city from the nearby village of Atwall, which turns out is due to in no small part to the fact that all the villagers have long since been slaughtered. You obviously stumbled across the Wendigos that were picking clean the carcasses. However, on kind of closer examination, it looked like that wasn't the kind of initial cause of the village's tragedy. If you can remember, the kind of villagers' hands had been nailed to the central tree of the village. Houses and like fishing boats had been torched. And kind of on further investigation, you discovered what appeared to be some dwarven tracks in and around the village. Then kind of stumbled upon by kind of advanced party of Lord Jeremiah Anson. I don't know if you can remember him, the Lord of the Eventide, who has previously been away when you visited the city, but he'd come to investigate the rumours himself as soon as he heard. Unfortunately for you, he believed you in your stories, but it wasn't you. So we left just about to set off with Lord Anson towards the King's camp. He's requested that you join him to help explain what it was exactly that you saw. So he can't tell you exactly where this camp is. But him and his men wait patiently while you guys find your mounts and saddle up. And Havel, you notice that as you guys set off and pass Eventide again, you're heading south-southwest a little bit. So tell me, how long have you been in this business? I imagine it takes quite some time to become fully fledged slayers.
We've all been at it a while now. A few years, some of us.
He nods, and you can see kind of some of his soldiers are nodding a little bit. It's obviously a well-respected profession, especially amongst kind of other martially orientated folk. It's one thing to sign up to join the army to fight humanoids, but when we go out there and face off against some of the world's larger inhabitants is not a challenge that many partake of, let alone relish. Well, I'm glad that you managed to dispatch those Wendigos before we arrived. It would have been a challenging task with just the 5 of us. I had been originally tasked with doing a bit of scouting, and I was with a larger detachment, but on stumbling across a few travelling peasants, I heard of the rumours and, well, I couldn't help but investigate. I think it was fortuitous that our paths crossed. So, second.
It was, yes, it was quite the battle. It was quite fearsome foes. Although there is one still around somewhere, but they did seem only to really be scavengers. I doubt they'll attack anything openly.
Well, without wanting to sound too callous, I don't think the villagers of Etwall will be having any further problems with them. But anyway, we must carry on. We're not too far, probably about a day's travel further from here. I will ask of you not to relay this camp's location to anyone you may encounter in your travels beyond this. I'm sure you understand. But the king seems to be fond of your order, so I'm sure he won't mind me bringing you to him.
Okay.
So you guys keep traveling through these kind of familiar forests now. You've obviously got quite a lot of experience traveling through Parfunis. So you're going to get your long rest because you'll kind of camp overnight and all that. So you'll have time to get your head down. So everybody apply that if you haven't already.
Lovely, lovely.
Mm-hmm.
We ought to remember to tell Rich that when he arrives.
A lot of interference coming through your mic, Crispy.
I just think it's probably just because it's a crap headset, to be honest.
More so
around
than
with it.
usual, though.
That's exciting.
Any better?
Oh yeah, that's perfect.
That's good. You had a beautiful buzz, which was just in the uncanny valley between a mechanical noise and what someone could have potentially done.
It's just me fucking with you all the time, just making these weird noises.
Not again.
No, I really need to replace this thing. It's past its sell-by date, it seems. Anyway, where was I? Yeah, so you guys take your long rest. Titus, roll me a perception.
Fucking hell.
It's a 9.
That's odd. You could have sworn that when you went to sleep, your great axe was kind of packed away with your other belongings. What's it doing 4 foot away from your pack when you wake up?
What? It grew the legs. What?
Oh dear.
Okay, Titus is gonna sort of keep an eye on Torek.
So as you look to him, Torek is awake and he's kind of tinkering around with some of his vials. You don't know exactly what he's doing. Chances are he doesn't either.
Oh, hello there, you lumbering lad. You're up early.
So Titus's father once told him to keep your friends close and your enemies closer.
Keep your friends close and kill the gnomes.
Yeah. And so Titus is just gonna like, hello, Liatus. How are you this morning?
Well, I'm quite good, but we're about to just learn the true answer to that question when I'm done with these experiments. I'm going to roll 2 dice for the potions I make.
Mm-hmm.
And 1 for a constitution.
Oh, God, it again! What the hell? I rolled the exact same potions I had yesterday.
So, Torek, describe to me the reactions taking place in your little flasks.
Ooh, I think it would take the form of like I've been spending all morning doing like the tinkering of like this gross like vile black liquid in each flask, and then I need like a catalyst to the reaction, you see, and with a breath of gnomish magic, I lower the last ingredient and it starts to bubble and fizzle, and then it turns into like a transparent cool color of whatever potion it is.
Well, Titus, you kind of watch all this unfold. And, you know, it's quite impressive, really, this gnome kind of changing liquids in front of your very eyes. But you kind of have some deep-rooted suspicion, it seems.
Yeah.
Ah, I know that look. You're interested, aren't you?
Yes.
Well, come sit next to me. I'll show you the fundamentals.
Titus is gonna go grab his axe, put it on his back, and then go and sit next to Torek, but sort of keeping his hand on the axe a little bit.
Okay, so you kind of re-secure the axe to the pack and kind of sit down. Tarek, it's the first kind of signs of any interest anyone has really taken in your potion brewing procedures. Obviously, a little surprising that it's come from Titus, but
Yeah. And I think that my usual tongue lashings that his intelligence is just going to take a 180 now, and he's going to be like, I knew you weren't like everyone else, Titus. You're a curious one, you. And I'm going to start giving him like a introduction to alchemy 101.
So, Toric, you kind of relapse back into your days when you were kind of with the Royal Archaeological Society. You had to do a few lectures here and there as part of the kind of funding circle to get your expeditions approved of. So, kind of lecturing is not unfamiliar. Not really, your bread and butter, but you've still got a little bit in you. So
it's better than normal talking, because lecturing, it's just you doing the talking. Don't have to worry about social cues or anything like that. You just kind of blurt out stuff and that's kind of good.
Titus, roll me an intelligence check. Screw it, why not?
Oh hell yeah! We're about to get it multi-class. That is a 17.
So, because you're so intent on discovering Liartooth's kind of intentions, you actually pay attention as best as you can, as best as your Goliath brain will let you. And by the end of Toric's ramblings, you don't really get anything too complicated, but you've got a basic idea about the principles of kind of acid and alkali.
Don't drink the acid.
Don't drink the alkali. Really.
So
I can't remember what the other one is.
So yeah, it's a it's a start. You're getting there. Not fully a chemist yet, but
we'll get you there, Titus. Don't worry. You'll be doing the lecturing before we know it.
He forgot that he was supposed to be like keeping an eye on Liartooth and just enjoyed the lesson.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's a shaman is a valued member of a tribe, so to be able to kind of conjure medicinal substances.
Oh my god,
he was making
Titus, the shaman lord.
Oh god.
Oh.
So the rest of you kind of wake up to see what is effectively a chemistry lesson going on.
I think Tris would be given that a wide berth. It looks dangerous.
Yes, so obviously Tris, being a fairly prudent individual, makes sure she's outside of any potential shrapnel range.
Won't you join us, Tris?
Maybe later. I need to see a dwarf about a horse or something.
Okay. Well, there's no note from the doctor, but you do need a horse. Wait. I'm overthinking it.
So by the time these guys have kind of wrapped it up, Lord Anson and his kind of contingent of guards, they're kind of up and about and readying the horses for the day's travel. So as he approaches you, he kind of gestures for you guys to make ready. So you wrap up the kind of a chemistry lesson, and you get all your breakfast paraphernalia squared away. And once again, him and his men take the lead, and you head off in kind of a similar direction. However, this time, Havel, you realise you've kind of swung to the west a little bit. It's probably taking you very close to the border here of Nordhammer and Parfunis. Oh, Rich, now you're here. If you haven't already, take a long rest.
Should I also be level 10?
No, you should be level 9.
Okay, good. I couldn't remember because it's been a while.
I mean, yeah, level 10. I'm sure that's what happened last time.
Yeah, I remember that. It's funny.
Yeah. Your notes must be off, Crispy.
Oh no! All this process of transferring to a digital format, I seem to have,
Missed the
mistyped.
entire level.
Okay, everyone take a look.
Alrighty, guess we're fighting deities.
Wait, what?
I completely lost my train of thought there. Yes, so they take the lead, and it takes you kind of the best part of the morning, but you end up coming across kind of this slightly strange sight to see. You're still in the forest, but the kind of immediate area in front of you seems to have been cleared. It seems there's you estimate probably about 150 meters by 400 meter rectangle cleared in the forest, and you can see that the trees have kind of been repurposed to make a bit of a palisade around this area. Preston, to you, a military man, this is a familiar sight. The kind of act of campaigning on the continent of Falon is a very tricky business. You risk, obviously, a fair amount having such a large group of men congregated at any one point in such a wild setting. As such, the kind of common practice is when an army is in a place for any particular amount of time, fortifications, kind of like the ones you're seeing now, will be erected to keep out the kind of the more unwanted of the forest's denizens. But as you can approach, you can see that the kind of makeshift gatehouse, a little bit about 50 meters to the side of it, has a series of fairly sizable claw marks running down the palisade, and you can see the top has kind of got a bit missing, as if something took a chunk out of it. There are some carpenters there trying to patch it up. But as you enter the gates, the guards obviously let you in at the sight of Lord Anson at the head of column. You see what appears to be maybe a couple of hundred men in here. It's not a huge army as of yet, but it's still a fairly sizable camp, and it's got all the tents and kind of support structures you would expect from it. You can kind of hear the clinking of the hammer on metal somewhere. But the soldiers, they kind of form a bit of a path for you guys, seeing the horses approaching. And Lord Anson kind of leads you towards the kind of central part of this camp, where you can see there is a very large tent that seems to be kind of the central nexus of this camp. And as he arrives, he dismounts and turns to all of you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to see the king. I'm sure you'll probably be granted an audience, but I should at least check first. We don't know what they might be discussing in there. So he makes his way forwards, and one of the guards lifts the flap of a tent for him, and he goes in there for a bit. So you guys are left standing kind of in the middle of this camp, and you can see that the vast majority of its inhabitants seem to be human. Their equipment seems to be non-standardized. Some of them are kind of wearing chainmail, others have managed to kind of get half plate. Likewise, the armament seems to be a mixture of kind of bill hooks, glaives, spears. Lots of them are kind of wearing different kind of colours of uniform, some with one crest, others with different ones. It seems to be a real kind of mixed bag of troops here.
How many of them?
You would guess a couple of hundred. It's not really a gigantic force gathered here at the moment.
Yeah, and how big, Crispy, just as sort of a reference to the world, how, when there are wars and so on, are we talking like 10,000 troops is a lot, or would they be able to field? Because with there being less population, what would be like a big army?
So usually, wars are a fairly rare thing in this country, due in large parts to the fact that they're actually quite hard to wage, because you're fighting not only your enemy, but the natural world at the same time. Couple that with the fact that there aren't really roads or kind of established logistical supply routes, it makes fielding an army and then supplying it really quite a hard endeavour. So kind of the general practices tend to field armies no more than kind of a couple of thousand, maybe 5,000 would be considered like, you know, a really large army. But it's can and will vary on who's waging the war and kind of for what purposes these forces have been assembled. So this is relatively a small force at the moment, anyway. But yeah, these guys are kind of staring at you. Well, at least the nearest ones are, anyway. Seems that, you know, not all of them have other tasks to be attending to, or you can see, you know, a couple of sat round fires, even some cards are present. But you guys seem to have stirred up a little bit of interest. But as you're kind of getting your settings, the tent flap opens and Lord Anson kind of gestures you in. My friends, please, the king will see you now. So yeah, the guards, they kind of open the tent flap fully and kind of stand aside for you to enter. And as you do, the first thing that really is apparent is the large central table in this tent, and gathered around it are quite a few figures, some of whom are new to you, but you recognise kind of straight away. In the centre, you can see King Gustav kind of surrounded by what appear to be his aides. To his immediate right, you recognise Hrock, of course, and he waves as you guys enter and gives you a good nod. To his left, you've got the Baron Karl von Weiler, who again is a familiar figure to you guys. He's kind of dressed up in battle gear, which is odd because it's obviously the first time you've seen him in armour. But it seems that he's been summoned here too. And obviously then you've got the Viscount who you arrived with. But there are a couple of other figures there too. But the king looks up from the table and what appears to be a map. And he greets you guys. Ah, my friends, it's been a while. Jeremiah here tells me that you've settled a bit of an incident in one of his villages for him.
Yes. The village of Etwall, it was nothing short of a slaughter, I'm afraid. Would appear to be, well, in my opinion, a message of sorts. There were bodies nailed to a tree in the centre courtyard. They were being fed upon by beasts known as Wendigos.
It sounds like these beasts were the symptoms rather than the cause. It's troubling news, but I'd expected something like this might happen. Sorry, carry on.
What purpose would dwarven raiders have to do this to a Parthunian village?
I imagine the same reasons they had last time they tried it. The Nordhamerians are prolific slavers. I imagine the ones not nailed to that tree have ended up on the wrong side of that border. Now, I believe you know Baron von Weiler here, and it seems that you've encountered Viscount Anson, but I believe some introductions are in order here. To our left here, we have, and he kind of gestures towards a fairly elderly-looking chap, quite tall, kind of grey beard and very kind of prominent moustache with the twirls at the end, who gives you a curt nod. We have Duke Gottfried von Scarpa, He's an old friend of mine, and his knowledge on all things maritime and commercial is unparalleled. Guten Tag, mein friends. He
Bless you.
he then moves to next in line, and here is a man as cunning as he is loyal. He's my one of my closest advisors from as long as I can really remember, Count Vladimir Banderman. And again, you kind of get a little nod. These guys are pretty powerful people, so that's kind of to be expected. But they probably haven't reached out to shake your hands or anything.
Well, because of the COVID.
That's all right. Braxton's immune to that.
To be fair,
Paladin and
we've
all
got
that.
pretty
yeah.
groggy as well after fighting a few Wendigos and then traipsing through the forest. I don't think I'd want to shake my hand either.
I don't know. I had a bath on a long rest. I don't know what you're on about.
You had a bath?
If that's what you can call lounging in a puddle for 20 minutes, then sure.
That's what I do at home.
But yeah, these two kind of nod to you. It seems that they're kind of influential members of the King's War Council here. Croc then kind of steps in and kind of speaks up. Well, it's good to see you all. I heard you managed to rescue a Quiniel.
Yes.
Well, that's a relief. I was very worried for him when we saw his condition. I thought he was done for. Where's Yendon?
Yeah.
Whoa!
It didn't.
You
go
save
so
one, you
well
lose
with
another.
Yendon.
You can see, like, his face just drops. Damn, he was one of the good ones.
We came out of the boulder, keeping Quiniel stuck, and yeah, we didn't all make it back.
Well, mighty foes, beholders. Not many people live to tell that tale.
Yeah, but at least we met Braxton Ace. It's basically the same person.
Well, hell, Braxton, good to meet you.
Well met.
Braxton's like 2 foot taller than him. What the hell?
He's got a totally different laugh as well.
Is that something you covered in character creation?
Tarek hasn't decided Braxton's laugh yet.
No. Don't do it.
So the King Gustav kind of solemnly nods and kind of takes control of the situation again. Well, as you can see, we've come to a bit of an icy precipice with the clans. It seems that these provocations are potentially the start of something a bit more severe. As he says this, you can kind of see a few of the eyes turning back to the map, and the Duke kind of steps forward and points to a couple of kind of locations just inside of kind of Nordhammer lands, a couple of days away from the border, you'd reckon. Yeah, my king, it seems that our scouts have found a sizable build-up here and here. We do not know exactly how many are there, but it looks like more are arriving. Well, that's not good. Could your scouts find much more else? No, unfortunately, they are not really able to infiltrate. Men are too obvious. They stick out Humans amongst dwarfs, you see, yeah? That's a shame. Could really use with knowing what they're planning. He kind of stops for a minute. You can kind of see that he has a bit of an idea. Say, Rock, I have a favour to ask. No, you can't do it, Gustav. You know it. We can't be used for this kind of thing. Slayers, we are taking no sides in this. Well, you're here, aren't you? Oh, yes, but in a personal capacity.
That's interesting.
He kind of turns and away from Rock and kind of looks at you. Very well. How about this then? I will give you a contract. He kind of glances to Rock to see if kind of that elicits a reaction, and you guys can see Rock is not really on board with this idea by the looks of it. He's kind of got a frown on his face. Well then, I have a couple of options that I could use some assistance with. As my advisor has just told me, the dwarves are amassing, it seems, some form of force to the west of here. Now, my men can't get close, but as Slayers, and Slayers based in the Ilfari Empire, I might add, he again kind of looks to Rock. I think you would succeed, perhaps, in getting past these encampments and finding out a little bit more for me. I'm not going to pretend to you that it would be without danger, but I could definitely make it worth your while. Another option, if that is still unagreeable to your guild master, I have a man who needs to get to Weyerden in the Ilfari Empire. I can't really spare the soldiers at the moment, but he needs an escort. When I put the idea to him, he actually requested you by name. I believe you might know him. He goes by the name of Conrad Rolf.
Conrad. Oh.
You see, I have business that needs attending to in the Ilfari Empire, and I need him there to do it. He's well, I won't put it mildly, he's damn good at what it is he does.
I would have thought Conrad would have retired after what happened last time.
Well, he was a bit shaken, but he's a good man. He didn't see it as time to forgo his official duties just yet. But I think he's a bit hesitant about going to Nordhammer ever again.
Understandable.
What say you, Rock? Would that be in breach of your oath of neutrality? Well, I can't say I like it, but neither of those two tasks would be too bad, I suppose. We're not actually fighting for you. And I suppose there's no way of proving that they're in Nordhammer at your behest. I'll put it to them. It's their right as Slayers to choose their path. They might not agree at all. Might not be up to their standards. They're quite skilled, these ones. Got bigger fish to fry than petty politics. So they both kind of turn to look at you guys expectantly.
Looks like we've got some choices to make.
Well, the infiltrating dwarven encampments sounds like it might get us into an awful lot of trouble if we get caught. Escorting someone down to Weyerden would be more of the usual, what we're used to.
Titus is an expert in stealth. I will lead the way.
perhaps an escort mission.
It's true. I do miss Conrad.
Well, let's weigh up the pros and cons, I suppose. I mean, a trip into Nordhammer could lead to other information. We do have a certain someone that may be hiding amongst the Nordhammer clans. We could find more information about Alistair.
And it would stop Torek
Maybe
from
we could do
killing
some
Conrad.
knowledge rolls to inform us a bit more. It seems with yeah. Maybe do I know anything about the dwarves and how good their security is, for instance?
History check.
Sorry.
I was hoping you'd say that.
Torek used to install alarms in the Nordhammer clans, and so he knows quite a
Oh
lot.
no, they're bloody good.
It so happens I left the back door.
If it's in a book, I probably knew it. Cool, that's 26.
So you know that after the kind of first conflict between Nordhammer and the kind of the kingdom and the empire, there have been improvements made into the relations, at least for a while, but border patrols are still a very common thing. The dwarves, they don't really trust people as such. And also the kind of lands of Nordhammer are significantly more barren and exposed than Parfunis. You're kind of not really going to have that many places to hide, kind of sweeping steppes and then kind of canyons and rugged mountains. There are definitely paths through it, and you could probably, find one of these paths without a patrol, but it is a risk.
Yeah, I'll relay this to the party and say that they are quite militaristic. The patrols are quite a common sight, but as for solid defenses, that's more of a thing that they did in the past during their last conflict. So, I mean, we could try and find a path through, but it might be difficult.
You would have to avoid the two camps we have seen, as that will probably pose a big threat to your passage. It also might concentrate the patrols. I do not know if they are still operating with such large forces nearby. Our scouts were not able to stay long.
Yes, well, I do have certain invention that could help us avoid these camps, for sure. I could be of assistance, but at the end of the day, it's more than just me in this team, and we need to decide together. I lean toward that because I do have a knack for illusion and invisibility.
I mean, if we play our cards right, we could be across the border and back again within a couple of days. Whereas down to Waden and back, we could be gone weeks.
I don't know.
That just one is closer than the other.
Well, there is some other business we could attend to in the south. And Rulin looks at Titus. Powwold is only a short trip east.
Titus just sort of solemnly nods.
It wouldn't do well to leave Titus's kinfolk too long in captivity. I mean, they've been there for years as it is already, but we don't know what kind of condition they're in.
Titus just nods solemnly and
should we put it to a vote?
Maybe. Yeah.
Democracy.
Well, I mean, is there anyone who wants to stand for any opposing options that we have?
I mean, Triss would probably have a vague inclination to want to go to Woden. She may be curious about going home. I don't think she's been back since she actually left and joined the Order.
Oh, that's where you're from, is it?
Yeah, so I think she might be maybe a little bit torn, but probably would want to go back.
Rulin probably not so much, but he made a promise to Titus, so.
Wait, is Weirden where those Goliaths went? Sorry, I was away for a moment.
No, it was Powwold, which is
Oh.
just to the east, so we could potentially make a trip there.
Oh,
Yeah.
oof. Well, and comrade,
And Conrad.
lovable comrade. I'd
Where's Powell on the
I'd be
map?
up for the
Just
right
down south
up
here.
Oh, I see.
So there's Weirden and there's Powwold.
Comrade did give Havel his wonderful spyglass, so he would love to see him again and see what other treasures he can pilfer.
Yeah.
Just raiding his heirloom cabinet. Yeah.
Every time I see him. Oh, that's lovely. So, what else have you got?
Oh, how about a pair of gloves that lets you climb really quickly and easily? Yeah.
I think his
Without any
fingers
risk
are sticky enough for flipping loot kobold.
Oh, okay. Vote. I vote. Down to Waden.
Okay, so 1 for Weirden,
Another for Woden.
2 for Weirden,
Escort mission.
3 for Weirden.
Well, I guess it's
Titan. Okay, so four votes takes it.
Some votes.
Some votes take it. So, well, very good. I'm glad to hear this. You'll lend us your assistance. I'll go and see if. Well, I won't personally. I'm a king. I don't have to do that kind of thing. I'll have someone go and see if Conrad is ready to depart, or he'd like to prepare a little bit. But thank you for coming all this way, and the information you provided will be important to us in this this critical time. It looks like things might get worse before they get better, I'm afraid. But farewell, and may your travels be safe.
And to you too.
So he kind of goes back to kind of a map, and a few more things are pointed. It seems that he's kind of dismissed you now. So the kind of guards lift the tent flaps, and Viscount, he kind of nods to you and gestures to the door. It's kind of implied that you guys should probably leave these people to their plannings. There's obviously lots to discuss, and probably fairly critical matters too, that don't really need outsider ears.
Yeah, I guess we head off then. Is there anything we need before we set off on our quest?
Just a check. From where Havel was stood, would he be able to see all the maps and plans and shit they've got?
You'd be able to see a little bit of it. You wouldn't understand the keys and stuff that were being used for these maps. But you'd get like a rough idea of locations.
Yeah, like highlighted points and things like that.
Yeah, so like you would know the position of these two camps that the Duke pointed out.
Oh, have we got paid for the Wendigo job?
No, you haven't.
Ooh, no, it's
Because-
eventide. Because I liked my money.
Well, maybe we could swing by Bayford on the way, right?
No, it was Eventide.
It's eventide we'd have to go to, yeah. Which,
Oh, right.
if I'm right, we're only about, like, here, anyway.
Oh, well, this is meant to be us. So
Yeah, this is us, but I'm saying we went southwest and then west.
Yeah, you did.
Over here.
So we'd go that way anyway if we were going down to where.
Yeah. Unless we want to go for Nordhammer, but I might get paid.
No more water crossings.
It's bad to say it'd take significantly less time if you were to get a ship from Eventide to Ponteg, but who knows?
You have to cross through this area.
we fear both.
Uh,
Tell you what, I wouldn't mind that if we take a long rest before getting on the boat. That way I can change my spells.
Potentially.
Yeah, anyway, so as you guys kind of exit the tent and kind of take your bearings, you gotta hear a very familiar, "Oh, hello there!" Kind of coming across the camp, kind of down this main thoroughfare, is a very familiar face to you. Torek, you kind of bristle a little bit at the voice, but the rest of you see good old Conrad Rolf coming towards you. He seems fairly upbeat. It seems that the time between his last misadventure has been spent recovering in what you assume to be reasonable luxury. And he's definitely put on a fair bit of weight since you last saw him, which is it's probably needed because he was fairly malnourished at the time. Right, it's good to see you again. What brings you to all the way out here? Well, Slayers. I see. It's probably some Slayer business, isn't it?
Well, actually, we were on Slayer business, and now we're on more of the King's business.
Oh, really? Oh, don't tell me that's why you're telling me. Have you decided to come with me?
We will be escorting you to Aden, yes.
Oh, good, marvelous. That's excellent. I'm glad to hear it. I told these lot, if you want guarding, you want these guys to do it. They know a thing or two about rescues.
Well, I certainly hope we won't need to rescue you from anywhere. But...
That's the spirit. Well, it's a long way, and it's quite urgent. So I'll pack my things. I should be ready to go in the next 15-20 minutes. I'll just need to go and grab my suitcase. I must remember my scroll. You can see he's kind of going off the rail a little bit here. But yes. Anyway, I'll see you back here in a little while. Let me just go and grab everything.
Yeah. Seems like a distracted kind of fellow, wouldn't you say, Titus?
I cannot remember who he is. I do not recognize this small man.
You remember the dwarves being held prisoner? Yes?
I remember.
Yes.
And he looks at Torek's finger, which has not grown back.
Has been replaced.
Yeah.
By his own little machination.
His Beyblade.
And now, and then
Torek notices and kind of covers it sheepishly.
Titus now remembers and he goes, "Hey, you got fat!"
Well, that's
He's walking away.
well, that's due to a lovely restaurant. I'll have to take you next time we're there.
He still rubs me up the wrong way, you know.
You have history with this man?
Yes. It was that we shared a jail cell at one point, and I lost this, and I hold up my finger to the sky briefly.
Yeah, so Braxton, you see that the gnome is clearly missing a digit. Even
Yes.
just beneath his machine that covers it up. Was it a combi tool in the end you went for? Kind of thing,
I imagine it's God, you know, like those things that locksmiths keep, where it's like a variety of those God, what do they call them, like saw-like bits of metal that they use to just kind of like smack up the tumblers.
Chivy open locks, yeah, that kind of
Yeah,
thing.
yeah. It's just like a ring of those pointing out his finger instead of a finger.
Hmm.
Where have I seen that? That's in a film or something, isn't it?
I have no
I
idea.
don't know if it is. If it is, then there's photos of it. If you could find out, that'd be great.
Oh, Fifth Element. The key comes out of the guy's
Oh,
I
yeah, I know
haven't
what you're on
seen
about at the
that.
beginning.
Yeah, so Conrad kind of takes a turn, and you assume goes to his tent, kind of leaving you guys to kind of mince around. And you, as you stand and watch, you can see that it's again more of the same. A lot of these soldiers are kind of sitting around, not really doing much. You can kind of hear the whack of hammers on wood as kind of sergeant directs a work party to kind of patch up the barricades where kind of the claw marks been. But other than that, it's you don't really get a real urgent atmosphere in this camp. It seems that the soldiers aren't too concerned about anything. But after a while, Conrad kind of comes back, and you can see he's kind of got a leather messenger bag strung around his frame. Right then, I'm all ready. How about we get moving? We've still got a few hours of daylight, haven't we?
You're quite eager to be on the way. Is there a rush for your business in Wayden?
Well, the king has kind of made it very plain to me that this is a mission that is going to be of great importance to the future of Parfunis. So, yes, you could say I'm quite keen to see it done.
And you wouldn't, by chance, be able to disclose the nature of the business?
I'm sorry, that would be in breach of the king's confidence.
It wouldn't happen to be to negotiate purchase of something?
No, it would not.
Really, I was just thinking about those not rifles, those metal tubes that explode. Oh. Well, we can plan out our route to Wayden, or we could attempt passage on a ship through Eventide.
Oh, well, sorry, Karen Tress.
As reluctant as I am to get back on a ship, if it's a matter of urgency, it might be worthwhile to sail.
I mean, I assume I probably know the geography of the Othari Empire quite well. Where would there be like a port, city, or town somewhere down here where we'd probably end up docking? Or...
So the kind of largest of the ports that will be kind of closer to your destination would be Ponteg. That's kind of a big city port. There would be other places along the coast, like you could definitely find somewhere in the kind of little inlet here by Powald. There'd probably be a fishing village where you could dock a ship or.
But there probably
somewhere.
wouldn't just be a ship traveling down that way anyway. It'd probably be coming up here. Or...
if there's going to be a kind of a pre-established trade route, it would likely go to Ponteg. However, you could probably charter one a little further down.
Or we have the horses. What do you all think?
To put it in a bit of context, to get from where you are to Wayden is probably going to be about a month's travel. Kind of ship to Ponteg is probably going to be about 10 days, and then one to Powald's probably about maybe 13 days.
So we shave off about a week if we take boat. Right?
Or if we can get a boat any further down, we could shave off 2 weeks maybe. Bit less. Well, we should head to Eventide anyway.
Yo ho ho and a bottle of rum.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, so we'll
Um,
make our way down to Eventide to speak to the council about the contract.
Conrad kind of nods and, it's your area of expertise, this whole larking about in the wilds business, so I'll leave myself in your capable hands. Lead on, I suppose.
Does he have a horse?
He does, yes. He's a fairly rich and powerful man, so a horse is something he does possess. So you guys right now, you're probably only about a day's travel from Eventide. So you managed to get there kind of the following day, just about mid-morning-ish. And you can see, the sailing fleet is as prominent as it was when you left. A few fishing vessels are missing, clearly out at sea. But the salt pens are kind of working full tilt. Then you can kind of hear the core of the gulls as you ride your horses into the streets. So first off, I'm guessing, is going to be council chambers to go and get paid.
Get my money.
Get a fat dollar.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, head over to the... Did we remember to take a trophy from the Wendigo?
No, you did.
Yes, we did.
Actually, wait, no, you didn't. One of you took the took a little carving from it, if I remember. So yeah, you guys go and turn that in. We won't roleplay it. There's not really much to it. So you guys get your 3,000 gold bounty.
Oof.
So you can split that how you will.
That's 1,500 for the guild. And then what is there now? 6 of us? Yeah.
So it's 250 each.
250 each.
Yeah. Won't say no to that.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, you guys still have pretty much half a day to yourselves. It's a reasonably busy city. There's a lot of commerce going around. So if you needed to buy anything, you'd be able to find a fair range of products here.
So we do have the cash in pocket now, right?
From that latest contract, yes.
Awesome.
And then you'll have to make a decision about what next.
Well, the ship makes sense. Save time off our journey and avoid some of the risk of the land, but of course there is the risk of the sea. Now, I'm sure these ships make this journey plenty of times and probably don't come to much harm. And we'd be a little more prepared this time.
I'm ready for the mermaids.
By ship?
Titus would like to sail the 7 seas again.
I hate it, but let's go bye-bye.
Sail the some seas, Titus. Sail the some seas.
Sail the summer seas.
Some-
Like I said, maybe we should rest before taking the our little maritime adventure. I would like time for preparing. A lot of my spells aren't to do with, how do I put it, aqua-based safety.
Are you
Well-
amenable to that?
Oh, did I say
Well,
spells?
we
I
can
meant
head down to the docks and find out about any ships that are leaving tomorrow, and then find an inn for the night.
Actually, I suppose I could do some alchemy on the ship, so... Yeah, don't... If there's one going imminently, then you know.
Well, we can see.
So, down to the docks?
Yep.
So, as you guys kind of make your way to the seafront here, you can see that there are quite a few large ships in port here. Most of them seem to be kind of alongside warehouses, and large wooden cranes are busy lifting stock both in and out of vessels. Not really. We haven't had to use one for quite some time now. It's a rare thing.
Good to know. You won't mention anything about what happened the last time they were on water. Sailors' superstitions and all that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. So he kind of gestures for you to follow him and leads you into the kind of captain's cabin at the rear of the ship. So you want to go to the Ilfari Empire. Say farewell travel.
Yes, we're heading down south. So, is there anywhere that you'd be docking down that way?
Well, we've sailed to Ponteg a few times. A couple of other places too, a bit further south. Could take you to there's a small village near to Pwold that we've been to a few times. Good pubs, if I recall.
Yes, as close to Powell as you could get us would be most suitable for us.
So he kind of nods and goes to a kind of cabinet, and he pulls out what looks to be a scroll. And as he lays it out, it becomes more apparent that it's a naval chart, and he points to a little location on the map. Ah, yes, here it is, Severio. And again, he points to the kind of section of the map that's quite close to Pwold. Let me think. We'd have the tides if we sailed tonight. I think we could probably do that in 11 days.
Wow.
We're all for a passenger trip. It saves us the hassle of loading cargo on board, you see.
Well, of course. How much ahead?
Well, for you, your steeds and the food and lodgings for the trip probably stretch to 80 gold ahead.
Rulon will sort of turn to Conrad. What do you think?
Well, it would definitely make it faster. I'm sure I could probably claim some of it back for my diplomatic expenses, but let me think. I could probably do it so it comes to 40 gold ahead if we were to use some of the fund.
That's Rulon's old mercantile sort of background coming in there. Sort of look around to everyone else. Is everyone else in agreement?
Yeah.
What if we pay for our own food?
I think we should pay the same no matter how much we eat.
Isn't it all you can eat buffet?
It would actually be 10 gold ahead. It's just the amount of food that Titus will eat bumps it.
Just Titus wants to go on an all-you-can-eat cruise around Parthunas.
just a pirate-themed cruise.
Stop off at various coastal villages where paid actors are there to act surprise, and you get to loot pre-allocated houses or something. That'd be a great business idea, actually. Just in real life, I'd pay to do that.
It's a little bit Westworld, though.
Yeah.
The actors are fake, but the chlamydia's real.
What a great selling line. Anyway,
by Polly, I mean me.
So yeah, the captain kind of seems to be agreeable to this journey, and Conrad's saying that he can somewhat subsidize it. So what say you?
Yeah.
What is the worst that could possibly happen?
Yeah, every time we get on a boat, it goes so good.
To be fair, Hunter's not here, so we have no fear of giant crabs in multiple ways.
Yeah, yeah, let's do it.
I just remembered what happened.
But I'm here, so there is fear of other STIs. So.
I mean, Braxton's got experience as well, hasn't he, on the water? So, anything
Yeah, that's actually a good point. Yeah.
Well, yeah, Braxton obviously being kind of based kind of off the main continent will have sailed a reasonable amount. And he's still here to tell of it, so...
Yeah, we'll be good.
Okay. Well, that's sorted then. My men are... well, I'm sure they'll be summonable. I've given them the morning off, you see, most of them. Other than the duty watch, I imagine they're all in the pubs right about now, but we can be ready for sail. They're good lads. Arguably, they perform better with a bit of rum in them, but yes, I can get the provisions on board and everything squared away to sail with the tide this evening. You're more than welcome to stay aboard, obviously, during that time. But if you choose to go ashore, we'll be leaving at 8 bells, so don't miss us.
Okay. It's still like mid-afternoon, isn't it?
It is, yeah. So kind of 8 bells is a fair bit away. That's kind of just after dusk, really.
Okay. Well, we can purchase some supplies if we think we might need some. Actually, Ruland's going to go and have a look for a nice new net.
So, obviously, having stumbled across a fishing town, nets are in no short supply. So,
more of like a, I suppose more reasonably sized net, or something that can be weaponized and thrown.
So you go and find yourself a chandler and kind of amongst the supplies that a sailor would need. You find a kind of section of net that would be kind of suitable for the purpose you're looking at. And the shopkeeper is more than willing to kind of cut it down to the size you're looking for. So he'd charge you 25 gold pieces for that net.
God damn.
But it is good quality. As you inspect it, you kind of give it a really good tug. The shopkeep assures you that it's made with only the finest Ilafari silks, kind of known for their resilience.
Is it a net +1, or is it?
No, but it is a very good net.
Okay, yeah, I'll take that. 25 gold.
Alrighty. Anybody else want to do any shopping? Or, well, it doesn't even have to be shopping. Just want to do anything while you're in the city, basically, before you sail.
Ooh. Someone else first.
I think Titus would just be excited for the journey, so he's going to help the captain load up for the journey.
Mm-hmm. So, Titus, you kind of give the sailors a hand, kind of getting some kind of rations on board. They come in big crates, and you can kind of distinctly smell one of them has kind of a very fishy smell. But you spend a few hours and you load a lot of boxes, and you've clearly sped this process up quite a bit. The sailors are very appreciative. The kind of the process has been kind of sped up to a point where they've now got a few extra hours of free time they didn't think they'd have today. So a couple of them break out a kind of bottle of something fairly noxious, and they proceed to try and teach you a kind of a nautical game of knucklebones. So roll me an intelligence saving throw.
An intelligence saving throw.
So you get proficiency in all your saving throws now, don't you?
That is an unnatural 1.
Oof. So Titus, you watch as these sailors kind of throw some knucklebones onto the deck, and kind of different sides are clearly marked with different things. But you kind of watch in frustration as the sailors take it in turns to be kind of like annoyed or kind of happy about whatever the dice are showing, but you can't make heads or tails of it, and kind of leave more confused than you started.
God fucking damn it. All he wants is to be a pirate. God.
But you have some of their rum, so it lifts your spirits a little bit. But you won't be hustling anybody with knucklebones anytime soon. Okay, Braxton, what are you going to be up to?
Still feeling a little bit bad about the state of Havel's hand after my dagger did a fair bit of damage to it during the arm wrestling.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to go and tend to Havel.
Okay. So describe that process to me.
That wound seems not looking quite the best after my blade sort of did its deed to you. Let's see if I can help you out there. And I'm going to cast Lester Restoration. Oh, Jesus.
Lester.
The one I've done is there.
That one, yeah.
That thing, innit? Yeah.
It's a Lester Restoration.
Okay, so Havel, you kind of feel this wound in your hands kind of start to pulse. Quite a subtle warmth emanates from it. And as you watch, the scar tissue, which is kind of fairly newly formed, begins to recede. And with it goes the stiffness in your hand. You kind of give it a little bit of a flex afterwards, and kind of seems good as the day that Yendorn restored it.
Yeah. It's twice Richard's fixed my hand now. Yeah, Havel's just going to go, man, it reminds me of the time I got a new hand.
Nope.
Right. No. Fine. Someone would bite, but whatever.
So, was it one of them where he tells that story every chance he gets, so everyone just rolls their eyes? And
Yeah. Literally, have I ever told you about the time I lost my hand?
Yes, Havel. Every time you've had a drink, the story comes out.
God, like that drunk uncle who just doesn't shut up about his glory days.
Yeah, so Braxton, you kind of cast that, and you're satisfied with the outcome. It seems to have kind of done away with the harm that was inflicted.
Yeah, have a look like, thank you for that. I mean, it's not as bad as losing my hand, but
Well, you lost your hand, you never mentioned.
let me regale with a story.
Tristan,
And
that's
that's what I was going to say. That's what Havel's going to do with his spare time.
Yeah. So, Braxton, for the next 4 hours, you are regaled with the tale of how, when the rest of the party were too sluggish and idle to do anything, Havel bravely, on his own initiative, kind of valiantly returns to Illyris, only to be ambushed by at least 50 people in a tavern brawl. After slaying 27 of them, he was overcome and His hand was removed, but so resilient was it that it took Alistair 6 swings with an axe to do it.
I just have this image that every time Havel retells this, he adds the amount of, like, the number to the amount of people that were there. So it started off with, like, there were 10. And then next time I was like, oh, I think there were about 16. By the time we get to Braxton, it's like, there were 50 of them, everywhere.
He maintains that they only got him because he ran out of arrows.
I only had 1 quiver at this point, so...
He pats the second one. Now he's prepared.
Never again.
As
Yes.
soon as Triss started hearing that story, she's going to grab the nearest sailor. Between the prospect of getting on a boat and hearing Havel's story again, it's all too much. Where's the nearest tavern? Someone come and collect me before the 8th spell.
So he points you back in a very familiar direction to the tavern where Havel got his wound in the first place, which seems to be the only one open at this time of day. The more respectable establishment.
What's it called? The
foul anchor.
Oh, that's just how me think that when Havel retells when Havel retells the story of him like losing that arm wrestle. There were 2 of them, you see.
And one was a cave troll. That's, yeah, so Triss, you kind of tell Sailor this, and he kind of nods. And you kind of disembark and make your way over to the fouled anchor. And you can see that it's again still pretty busy. Obviously, being the only place open, any sailor with a bit of spare time has made his way here. No arm wrestling at the moment. It seems that was a bit of a one-off. But the bar is very much alive, and there's a lot of grog being consumed here.
She goes up to the bar, signals the barkeep. Grog, keep 'em coming. If I can't walk out the door, we've done a good job.
Right you are, lassie. And he goes over and gets one of those tankards of grog for you for 5 silver pieces. Sorry, not tankard, that's not the word I'm looking for. One of those kind of small kegs that you got as a party last time. Again, this is foul stuff, clearly, mass-produced and then watered down. But it burns, and after a couple of them, you kind of start getting a bit of a buzz on, and then as even more goes down, you can start to feel a little bit tipsy. Alrighty. So I guess we need to ask what Torik's going to be doing with his time now he's had a bit of time to decide.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go to the magical item store.
So you find kind of a market, as it were, and there are a couple of stalls that seem to be selling trinkets and curios of a certain nature.
Excellent. I am going to be looking to purchase a bag of holding.
So, as you ask the storekeep, this bag of holding is a reasonably common item. It's obviously extraordinarily useful. So a few of them have been made.
But there's also a high demand.
Right. Exactly, there is also a high demand. So she gestures you towards a little sack, and it is a curious item to behold. It seems to be patched together from a series of different levers and adorned with kind of weird combination of feathers and small bones that appear to be from kind of game the size of a rabbit or so.
Awesome. I could just imagine Torik being like, you don't mind if I try out the enchantment, do you?
The shopkeep kind of nods and mutters that you can have a look at it.
Awesome, yeah, and Tor could just be doing the thing of like just putting random stuff in there and like just getting excited at the prospect of it. I know it's like a pretty mundane thing for the magical store owner, but you know, I feel that Torek, anything that is by its nature quite ingenious, he would be excited about.
Mm-hmm.
And
so yeah, it seems that this magical item makes use of basically a very limited form of interdimensional plane shifts, allowing you to effectively, with the opening of a bag, conjure a miniaturized portal.
Yeah. Thank you, Kanye. Very cool. I will ask the price of it.
So a bag of holding's going to set you back about 350 gold.
Ooh. I'll have a look at what else he's got and see if I can haggle him down if I find anything else I like. I don't suppose you have any boots of elven kind, do you? You know, the elves, they have a certain way of sneaking, and I feel that, yes, getting my hands on some of those boots would be nice.
The shopkeep doesn't have any boots of elven. Let me try again. Of elven manufacture. You'd be better off trying a tailor for that kind of thing.
Dang. Okay. I'll just buy the bag as it is. I was tempted to have a look around, but I don't want to hold things up too much, so 350 gold?
350 gold, and you've got yourself a bag of holding.
Ooh, yeah.
Hot damn.
They're so useful. So useful.
Oh, you don't know the half of it. Torek would also like to buy an ordinary bag in town while he's at it.
So you kind of find yourself a plain sackcloth bag. From a grain merchant, it seems fairly run-of-the-mill.
Yeah.
Costs you about 5 gold to get a pretty sizable sack.
Yeah, sizable. I want it to be durable, you see. Got anything made of leather? Awesome.
So you can add that to your inventory as well.
355. Awesome.
Alrighty. So, Rulin, what are you up to?
Oh, I've got my net.
Anything else after that? Because that wouldn't have taken too much time.
Well, Brulin might have spotted Torek heading down to the Curios shop. And let's have a quick peek, see what he's actually just got in stock.
Mm-hmm.
Many curious items.
So, yeah, it seems that he's got a fairly weird selection of items on display. There doesn't seem to be much kind of rhyme or reason to them. There's a kind of one thing that you can tell is that some of these items are definitely, shall we say, more questionable than others. There's a kind of a headdress there made out of what appears to be griffin feathers. This puzzles you because the griffin is really quite an endangered species. It's conservative conservationists might describe it as being in fairly poor taste. He has a small bag of dragon teeth, you notice, as well. Begs a question as to how he got them, because dragons aren't really too prone to parting with their teeth. But somehow he has a small bag of those, about a dozen or so dragon's teeth. A couple of
Hydra's teeth, so you know.
Yeah, he's just been following us and he's looting. That'd be so good. I need to write that character idea down somewhere.
That's if Torek dies, you just step into it. Just like they just catch you one day looting a corpse.
Yes.
Sorry, carry
on. So yeah, there's a couple of other weird things in there. There's appears to be a kind of crystalline object in the shape of a ball.
I'll ask about the griffin headdress thing. What is? Where did you come across this item?
Well, I traded it for a reasonable price up in the lands of the dwarves. It was it was a good find. Not very many of them, I'm led to believe.
The griffins are extraordinarily rare species. So why would someone make a headdress out of their feathers?
Well, I suppose you'd probably have to ask the man who made it.
Does it do anything?
I don't know. Never really worn it myself.
And the dragon's teeth, where did you come across those?
Well, those ones I bought from a couple of slayers while I was up there. Quite rare things, these. I'm assured that the bone is of the highest quality, used for a variety of purposes. But whatever it is, if a bone can do it, a dragon's tooth can do it better.
And the small orb there?
That one's a little bit more of a mystery to me. I was been assured by an enchantress that you speak somebody's name into that, and it would show you where they are. But every time I do it, I tried to check on my sister, you see, but it showed me a completely different person.
Ooh.
Do you mind if I take a look at the orb?
By all means.
With a little pick it
Oh
up.
shit!
Do not say the name of a deity.
We don't know who else could be watching.
Sort of thinks to himself, says the name Yorseth.
So you kind of see a kind of swirl appear in the ball, and as you watch, kind of a vision appears before you. And from what you can see, it appears to be a kind of middle-aged human who seems to be kind of out working in a field.
Suppose, that's just really wondering aloud, it could just be showing anyone with the name that you speak. It'd have to be a unique name, perhaps, for it to really show the person you're looking for.
Well, I personally think that orb is quite useless. Allow me, sir. I am an artificer by nature, and be ashamed to let the magical potential of this item go to waste on such a useless function. How about we call it 15 gold?
Roll me a persuasion.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Good thinking, dude.
Oh, I'm gonna plus. Sorry, it's been a while since I've used.
Genius +5, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm thinking it does the Flash of Genius apply to skill rolls as well as. Sorry, I'm really sorry about this.
That's all right.
An ability check as well, sick. So yeah, I'll +5. So that's -1 from my skill, +5 due to Flash of Genius. So it would turn out as 16.
Well, that's what everybody keeps saying. We haven't been able to find a buyer for it for a few months now, and I must admit it's pretty damn heavy to lug around. Yeah, why not? 15 gold it is.
Excellent.
Turn to the shopkeep and say, I'll give you 20 for it.
Oh, well, this is a fortuitous turn of events if it ever was. Well, I can see. I've got a 20 on left to the tall elf.
I am not willing to pay any more for that ball of rubbish. And because if I start bidding higher, then he's going to catch on.
Right, Rulin will hand over the 20 gold then.
Mm-hmm. And he passes you this ball. And it is, it's about the size of a grapefruit, but it is fairly heavy-ish.
So he'll make his way to leave the shop. Is Torek following along?
Mm-hmm. I would assume, unless he's got other business.
Yeah, I'll be following along.
So as soon as they step outside, Rulin stops and just passes it to Torek. Just says, I was only joking.
At 5 gold to infuriate me.
It was worth it.
I don't like this side of you, Roland.
No. It seems like everyone else gets to be so playful and jovial, and I'm always the serious one. I thought perhaps I could play a prank.
Well, you totally got me with that one. Thank you, by the way. Put it in my bag of holding.
Mm-hmm. So, you slot it in there, no problem.
Yeah, my thoughts are that well, it says in the D&D book, I don't know if it applies to gnomes in this world, but gnomes take pride in having many, many names. So, like, Torek technically has, 6 names, but he just goes by Torek.
Mm-hmm.
So, maybe it'll work better when you're scrying on gnomes. Because it's a bit more of a definitive name structure.
Yeah, there are less chances of somebody being named with all 6 of yours.
Yeah, exactly.
I've seen you, and Triss has done it also, the way that you examine these magic items to determine their nature. Perhaps there's a specific trick to it that you could learn.
Yes, as my father says, further experimentation required. And, yes, should be fun to do. Either that or I'll break it down and make rubies of the War Mage with it.
It's definitely not a ruby.
I know, but as long as I've got glass, I can do it, Mr. GM man.
Knock off rubies of the War Mage.
Oh god, if the real world was in the fantasy world, the gnome.
Just imagine Tarek just trying to sell fake fucking Rolexes on the side of this road. Just.
Oh, I knew I shouldn't have bought a gnome knockoff.
Okay, so you guys kind of make your way to the ship again. It's starting to get a bit dark now. You can see that Conrad is kind of aboard, but he's above decks, and he sees you come in waves. You can see that Braxton is kind of sat amidships, kind of his head in his hands. Havel is just talking at him. And as you look around, you see kind of Titus down the kind of the very bow, kind of swigging from a bottle, passing it round with a couple of sailors. And as the captain is kind of strolling the upper decks and checking on the rigging, you kind of hear a "Lower the gangplank!" And you could see a couple of sailors making their way back to the ship. Kind of strung up between them is Triss, like kind of head down, hiccuping. She's clearly had way too much of this grog. But true to their word, the sailors have at least actually brought her back to the ship for 8 bells. So
it's quite a sight.
Yeah, so they kind of take her below deck and kind of put up a hammock for her. But the captain, after checking that everybody's ready, he signals for the crew to kind of loose the sails and cast off the ropes anchoring the ship to the side of the quay. And you guys kind of watch as the city starts to fall away behind you. The captain is kind of stood up now on the kind of a raised bit of a ship where the wheel is located. You can see that he's steering the ship himself, at least for the kind of more tricky task of navigating out of the harbour. And there's a definite look of quiet confidence on his face. You can see that this is a man of what looks to be considerable experience. The passage is smooth. You manage to avoid other ships coming in very easily, and before too long has passed, and night has properly fallen, and you find yourselves out on the kind of the ocean waves. So everybody, you've obviously now got passage down, so hammocks are the order of the day here. Except for you, Titus, I'm afraid. There's not going to be a hammock big enough or strong enough to support your frame. So they find you a patch of the kind of the middle deck and lay down some kind of spare sailcloth for you to kind of curl up on. It's not too bad. Because obviously, Titus is now the kind of best of friends with some of these sailors. His crew in his mind. Okay, so you guys, you're going to have a bit of time on your hands during this voyage. A few hours a day where you're not really doing much. So if you wanted to do any kind of reading, writing, training, think of it as basically like, a week and a bit's worth of downtime. But having not chosen to take the road, you don't really need to have any kind of real focus on the traveling itself. You guys are just passengers here. So the time not spent, watching where you're going and plotting a route and actually riding your horses, you can put to other uses if you wish.
I think Titus is gonna. Sorry, go ahead.
All right, yeah, if you don't mind. I was gonna say Havel will do a daily practice with bows, but while he's on a ship, he'd like to learn kind of basics of sailing. Different kind of knots you can tie, how exactly everything works, things like that.
So Titus, not Titus, Havel, you kind of find the bosun's mate on your kind of first proper day out there and kind of talk to them about this. And so he shows you a couple of kind of fairly basic knots to start with. Kind of starts with a few bowlines and slip knots and a couple of common kind of rigging related knots. That takes you a couple of days. After that, you kind of start to become more confident in your ability, and he has you kind of going up the mast and kind of putting some of this to practice, helping the deck hands to kind of set the sails for various conditions. So that takes up quite a bit of time. It's quite intense work. Requires a fair amount of coordination. Because you're a fairly dexterous fellow, you manage to obviously work your way up into the rigging without too much trouble, and the knot tying comes quite easily to you. So after about a week of this, I'd say that you would probably be fairly confident as a sailor, at least conventional sailing craft anyway. You'd know the basics.
Sweet. Cool.
That's sick. I was going to say Titus sort of does something similar, but rather than it being, knots and climbing climbing up to the top, it's more sort of, actually maintaining the ship, using his smithing skill to sort of work on various repairs and maintain shuttle supplies.
So Titus, you kind of have these manual skills. You're good with your hands. Havel relays this to the kind of the ship's bosun, and before too long, the kind of carpenter approaches you and kind of asks for a hand with kind of repairing some of the the ship's railings in places where they've kind of been exposed to a bit of weathering. And after seeing you kind of carve a few of these pegs, it becomes fairly apparent to this carpenter that you know your way around a set of tools, and he kind of puts you to a few more technically demanding tasks. One of the things he gets you to do is kind of mend a couple of the ship's barrels that are leaking in places or kind of split. And coopering is a fairly tough task, but after a couple of attempts, you find yourself able to kind of create these staves that are necessary to replace the ones that are missing. It poses a bit of a challenge to you. Obviously, smithing is a different kind of discipline, but the tools are similar, and you learn to apply them quite well. So after the journey is done, you've come away with pretty good working knowledge of how to manipulate wood to a pretty good standard, better than the kind of hafts of axes you've been making previously. So for that purpose, we'll give you proficiency in carpenter's tools.
Oh, that's so sick! That's awesome. Havel and Titus sailing spin-off. Anybody?
I mean, I could get behind that.
Right.
The thing is, when Crispy said, oh yeah, Havel tells him how good Titus is with his hands, the first thing that came into my head was speaking of hands, did I ever tell you about
Everybody just takes a collective hit to their wisdom modifier because they're just so done of listening to Havel.
Well, it's getting late. Time for bed.
Time to throw myself overboard.
Wait, but the sun is still up.
It's ocean time. It's later than you think.
Just Rulin is just horribly ship-lagged. Alrighty. So the rest of you've got kind of again the time on your hands. Anybody fancy doing a little training montage?
You're the best.
Even Rocky had a montage.
I mean, it doesn't even have to be anything particularly about learning a new skill. It could just be going off and meditating on things. Really, it's just a kind of how does your character fill the time?
Mm.
Yeah. So for Braxton, I think a large portion of the time is convening with Azura.
So Braxton, and one of the things you're going to notice is as the kind of ship rounds the kind of ahead here, you pass quite close to a kind of a ruined bastion here. And the kind of a bastion of health is a kind of told as a cautionary tale amongst the right hand of Azura. They were slayers once too. However, as the story goes, they became very arrogant in their abilities and bragged that they could slay the gods themselves. And kind of in retribution, their kind of stronghold was swallowed in a kind of freak wave that kind of demolished thick stone walls and drowned them all like rats in a barrel. It gives you something to think on as you sail past.
So yeah, there'd be a prayer for the lost, and then reflection on how that would, whether that's ever going to occur to us, and kind of be wary of overconfidence in the future. But as well as convening, because I'm not just going to sit there convening to my deity all day, every day. I'm going to leverage my proficiency with a dice set, just to help pass other people's times, teach a few dice games, sort of raise the morale of the ship's crew, and just kind of raise the spirits of everyone.
Mm-hmm. So, Braxton, as you kind of break out the dice, this is always met with approval on a ship like this. Sailors, when they're not on watch, will kind of often, as Titus has found out, play similar games to pass the time. As a kind of a former military man yourself, soldiers and sailors are a fairly similar breed. They're quite simple, honest folk, really, for the most part. So you kind of get chatting to a few of them over a few games. No real money is ever really won or lost on these. The sailors are fairly poor. But you manage to kind of chat to a few of them about kind of spiritual matters, and kind of a few of them are clearly quite interested. It's something they don't really have too much time for on the seas, but kind of superstition is rife amongst sailors if organised religion is lacking. So you kind of managed to give them a bit of a sales pitch almost of Azura, and you can see that for a few of them at least it seems to take a bit of a route. They kind of nod along in agreement. A few of them offer a few kind of anecdotes about when they kind of were having a bit of a rough voyage and could have sworn that they felt some sort of intervention get them through a particularly bad storm or things like that. But you kind of listen to the tales of these men, kind of help with their spiritual well-being, if you will, and it does seem to have a good effect on the ship's company. The kind of atmosphere is pretty upbeat for the voyage.
Nice. And then finally, just one that doesn't really need to be role played, but I'd spend some of the evenings talking with the party members and catching up with what's in Powwold, who Aquiniel was, who Hurok is, all of that stuff that Braxton doesn't know.
Sure. So it's a long period of time. So these guys will be able to. You make sure to avoid Havel, but you get from the rest of the party a fairly detailed account of kind of their dealings in the past. So you feel that, at least for the most part, you're fairly up to speed by the end of the voyage.
Wonderful.
Oh, we're talking about things that have happened to us. Have I ever told you about the time I lost my hand?
Oh, God.
And Rudin plays the flute.
Mm-hmm. So
that's it.
yeah, just having not really had the time to practice. The flute is, it's a relaxing way to pass the time, and it's always appreciated on board as kind of a background to the day's tasks.
Just keeps playing that same bit from My Heart Will Go On over and over again.
In fact, no. Roland, roll me a performance. Fuck it. Let's do this properly, shall we?
I do have proficiency with the flute, so
You do or you don't?
I do. Yes.
Okay, so let's see how good it is.
16. So do I just add the proficiency bonus for something like that? Or?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so that's unnatural 20 then.
Yeah, so it's a very kind of soothing melody, and it seems to resonate pretty well with the ship's company. No one at least kind of grabs your flute and flings it overboard, so you take it as a good sign.
Cool.
Right. Torek is going to emerge from the depths of the boat after a few days' work. You're just going to hear, when someone's working with flippers and they've got the flap, flap, flap following.
Yeah.
He's got a ridiculous-looking suit on. Like the shark fins he envisioned early in the campaign as he flied through the air.
Yep.
He's made an aqua version.
Right, okay. So, Torek, you are kind of standing there on deck in this bastardized version of a kind of wetsuit made out of hemp sacking and whatever else was available.
Who here wants to take part in my experiment? The first one of our voyage, of course. No takers? Well, I'm gonna at least need Titus.
What's the nature of your experiment, Tarek?
Well, naturally, it is this. And I produce a small metal object and with many pipes and a little fan attached to it. Really steampunky looking thing. And I put it in my mouth and go, "It's a mouthpiece."
I'm hoping it'll let me breathe underwater.
Right.
But the boat is moving quite fast, see, and I'm going to need Titus to pull me in after the experiment. I think I've made it work in freshwater, but I need it to work in seawater too. So, Titus, can you hold this end of the rope?
Yes. Titus will hold the rope.
Yes, that's what I've asked you to do. Very good.
Like he's taking part.
Why did Torek feel like Basil Fawlty all of a sudden? I'm going to tie the other end to my belt and flap over to the side of the boat, and I'm going to put the mouthpiece in my mouth and dive in.
Okay, so Tarek, you kind of, as you've been announcing this, a small crowd has been gathering. You can see concern in a lot of the faces around you. But Titus assures his new comrades that it will be fine, that Liartooth is actually a fairly competent artificer. Still, the way you're dressed, if I could paint this picture for everybody, there's it's kind of like, as I said, a wetsuit style material just made of kind of mixture of sailcloth and kind of hemp sacking, kind of spares that Torek has found lying around beneath decks. The flippers are kind of carved wood. They're quite large.
Clogs!
Yeah, pretty much. They're just like elongated clogs, which is probably the size of a normal shoe for everybody else. But on Torek, they're like comically large. The rebreather is like the only thing that looks like it might actually have taken more than 20 minutes of work. But he's kind of adapted his own goggles to kind of go over his eyes, but it looks like a bit of a well, you don't know exactly what the hell's going to happen, and neither does Torek, which is why we're doing the experiment, I suppose.
Yes. This spell is water breathing. The spell grants up to 10 willing creatures you can see within range the ability to breathe underwater until the spell's end. Affected creatures also retain their normal mode of respiration.
Mm-hmm.
And while I'm in the water, I'm also going to expeditious retreat so I can actually keep up with the boat.
Okay, so Tarek, you kind of climb up onto the ship's rail, and kind of your arms outstretched. You kind of look at the assembled crowd in front of you and proceed to kind of fall backwards into the water. And as you kind of feel the splash, the first thing that hits you is just how cold this water really is. It kind of forces a kind of a deep breath in as you hit the water, kind of involuntarily from the shock. But to your relief, you find that it's air that fills your lungs rather than water. You kind of you can feel this kind of flow of air coming in through the kind of the inlet tubes, and as you exhale, kind of bubbles kind of filter up. Titus, you can kind of see this rope obviously pulling back as the ship is still moving away from Tarek's location, but you can see bubbles coming up. So Tarek, you kind of obviously elated the fact that you can jot this one down as a success, but you kind of remember that the ship is moving and you currently are not. So you kind of start swimming. With expeditious retreat cast, it's an easier job. However, in your calculations, you have failed to account for one thing.
Titus has just gone fishing, hasn't he?
No, your kind of hemp wetsuit is very prone to absorbing water.
I hoped my enchantments would help that. All I did was soak it in honey.
So very quickly, you're starting to feel a kind of a chill, because obviously, as a gnome, you've not got much kind of mass at all, and your ability to kind of maintain heat is therefore a bit more limited than a full-sized companion might. So this chill starts to set in quite hard. So I'm going to need you to roll me a Constitution saving throw, please.
Yep. That is 22.
So you kind of very quickly realise that this could be quite dangerous. So you kind of grit your teeth and kind of kick the clogs into action. With expeditious retreat, you kind of maintain a pretty good speed to the point where you're kind of keeping up with the ship. You're not really making any progress against it, so the rope is still kind of taut around you. But you're not being dragged along or kind of left behind either. Now, Titus, you can kind of see Tarek just below the surface here, kind of kicking along. But roll me a perception. Titus?
Oh, fucking Titus's perception is so bad today. It's 8. No, 9 again. 9.
You can't quite be sure, but is that a shadow behind Tarek?
Oh my fucking god. A good
Rulin looks over and says, "No, it's not. It's not a shadow."
A good day for fishing.
Oh yes, Liartooth, I help with experience.
Yes, why don't we go fishing? Experimenting.
Just puts like fucking fish bait in his pocket.
Just replaces your shoelaces with worms or something.
That's some pretty strange shit right there.
So yeah, Titus V. The water is kind of not murky as such, but like distorts the light enough. You can't really make out what it is, but there is definitely a shadow behind Torek. It's getting a little bit closer.
Hey, look at this!
So Rulen, having heard Titus, you kind of put the flute away and make your way to the side of the ship. Roll me a perception, this time with advantage because it's been pointed out.
Okay. +7, 21.
So behind Torek, you can see what looks to be about a 20-foot long razor maw trying to catch up on him. You've only kind of seen, rough drawings of these in books, but they have a reputation as being, fairly voracious ocean predators.
No hesitation, just shouts to Titus, pull him up, and grabs one end of the rope and starts yanking on it.
So a couple of the sailors kind of jump into action too. So Titus, strength check with advantage, please. Actually, it'd be athletics, wouldn't it? Because it wouldn't just be a flat strength.
See how high this goes. Going to change it from fishing to kiting.
It's 24.
24. So you, without hesitation, on Rulen's command, just heave this thing up. Tarek, in the water, you're kind of still a couple of feet under, kind of looking around at the kind of murky depths beneath you and wondering what lies below. But before you can really complete that thought, just a incredibly strong impulse kind of pulls the rope up from around your waist to under your arms. And you are kind of almost like hauled from this water. You kind of splat against the side of the ship's hull, and it kind of is quite rough, has barnacles on it, so it abrades your suit a little bit as Titus drags it up. But you kind of end up on the deck, a little worse for wear and winded. Your glasses have a bit of a crack in them from the impact, and it's letting a bit of salt water, so your right eye is stinging a little bit.
I like when he has this thing in his mouth. He is quiet.
Why did you yank me out the water? Oh, my goggles!
Rulen will glance over the side to see if he can still see the razorback.
So as you look, this thing kind of breaches. Its back kind of breaches the water. You can see a trio of kind of dorsal fins kind of just slip below the waves again.
Rulen just points. That's why.
I'm too short to see over the bow of the ship.
Well, you were nearly dinner, my friend.
Oh.
A small
Well,
snack, maybe.
I suppose being dinner is a good enough excuse to put a thingy into the cogs of science. A wrench. Yes, a wrench. Well, on to the next experiment, I guess. This one works. But wait. Will it allow me to breathe in alcohol, like wine and beer?
So I'm guessing at this point everyone's kind of stood around in shock because like the Torek just nearly got eaten and then just wanders off for the next experiment.
Yeah, he doesn't even realise that everyone's gathered around for.
Yeah, like people are watching. This is drawn a crowd, shall we say?
It's also an incredible moment as well because he's just invented a technology that allows people to breathe underwater and then he's just brushing it off nonchalantly.
Yeah, I love that he's like, but does it work in alcohol? Like,
so why would you need to know that? What purpose is that?
Just imagining him just like dunking his head in like a jar of whiskey or something.
Yep. Brilliant mind, wrong direction. That's what we're going for.
Yeah,
Dude,
yeah.
it's so funny. I love that character so much.
I could use seeing Triss for 2 things, if that's cool.
Yeah, sure. Well, she's on the same boat.
Yep.
Not
Triss,
going anywhere.
do you think you could help me here? I'm trying to identify this orb. I was wondering if you could help me out with it.
She does little gimme hands. Holds them out.
Yeah, I'll take it out of my bag of holding, kind of like try and not so subtly show off the fact that I've now got a bag of holding.
That gets her attention as well.
It's like I'm a real adventurer now.
Wow, I should have come with you instead of drinking. That'll teach me on the hangover.
So, yeah, Triss, you kind of take this orb from Torik's hands. You can kind of tell straight away there's, obviously the magic there. You kind of spend a few moments examining it. So this orb, I think you'd kind of correctly guessed it, really. When you state a name into it, this will show you a person of that name. It doesn't necessarily have to be the one you're thinking of, just anybody with that name. It will show you a picture of one of them.
Ooh.
However, interestingly enough, because I guess you'd probably get this with an unidentified as well, for each name you use, only it has one use. So once you've spied on a person with it, you can't utter that name again.
Oh, so we'll have to be careful.
That's really cool.
Snazzy. Pass the orb back to him.
Yes. Thank you for helping me with that. Oh, and the other thing. Do you think you can acquire me a seagull?
A seagull?
I require its feathers.
Huh.
Or any bird will do.
Possibly. Bear with me a moment. Let me have a think about this. Triss is gonna have a look and see if there's any seagulls in the vicinity, preferably over the boat.
So there are no seagulls that you can see. However, a couple of 100 meters up and slightly off the port bow, you see what appears to be an albatross. It's quite considerable wingspan, lazily gliding on the ocean winds.
Triss is gonna pause and turn to Torik and say, "Do you not think Havel might be the better option here?"
Well, I mean, I think that's out of arrow range, right? How far does your magic go?
I've got about 120 foot.
Yes. I would fly up there and get him, but funny you should mention that. I'm after the bird feathers to make a flight potion, or a better one, so to speak.
If I get it in the ocean, can you get it back?
I mean, yeah. I've just perfected the Toric-made swimming device. I'd like to imagine I'm still, wearing it.
You're still piss wet through and cold, but you're still wearing it. Yeah.
Trish is just gonna nod as if that was probably the most stupid question in here. I'm gonna Eldritch Blast the albatross.
So roll me an attack roll, please.
Let's see what we get. It's 13.
Mm-hmm. So you fire this bolt up into the sky. You kind of make sure to give this thing lead, because it's going at a fairly lazy pace. It's not actually too kind of hard to do. And you see this bolt just kind of hit the albatross kind of square in kind of the center of its torso and just blast on through. And the force is such that it actually kind of rips this poor thing in half, and kind of one wing falls down about 20 meters away from the other. and they kind of both make a splash, probably about 200 meters away from the boat off the port bow. So that's going to obviously then very quickly become a beam and then behind as the ship moves.
I should have thought this through a bit better.
I've got an idea. Triss is gonna dimension door and grab the bird and dimension door back onto the boat as close as she can. She's gonna drop herself just slightly up above the deck, so she's got a bit of a fall, and so she hits it properly.
Okay, so Triss, you kind of dimension door out there, and as you kind of emerge, you fall down and kind of grab one of these wings and presumably swim over to the other one, or just going to grab the one?
Probably swim over and grab the other one while I'm out there.
So you grab this other one, and as you dimension door back, kind of slightly above the ship, as you open the door, you kind of feel the water around you being sucked through it, and you kind of go with the flow. So Torek, you see this portal opened above you just in time to be hit by just a deluge of seawater. Roll me a dexterity saving throw, please.
Oh, that'll be 15.
Torek, there's a hell of a lot of water here. As you kind of get swept to the side of the ship, you grab for the rail. And as you go there, you're about to reach it when your oversized clog hits the side of the ship and spins you at an angle. You miss your hands. You don't quite grab it in time, and Triss, you just hear a as Torek goes into the water with a little splosh.
Oh god! Titus! Is Titus nearby?
Yeah, probably. So one of the sailors who's kind of up in the crow's nest sees this. Man overboard! Man overboard! So you can kind of imagine the flurry of activity that comes as a result of this. But yeah, Titus is on deck quickly. So you see Triss kind of gesturing towards you there, Titus.
Titus, Torek's overboard. Help! Grab him.
Wait, who fell overboard? Who?
Torek's overboard.
Oh, Torek.
Okay. You're good at fishing, right? I saw you pull him out earlier.
Do we have like a hook or something?
Well, you'd have kind of a boat hook that would be, about 20 foot long potentially, but like Torek is very quickly becoming out of range of that. There's no life buoy as they haven't really been invented yet.
So,
you have a. You have.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say you're on a sailing ship, so you've got kind of what would have been on one of those vessels from that kind of time. So rope, sailcloth, kind of potentially barrels.
So the boat. Ooh, barrels. Oh, that's funny as well. So he's going to Titus is going to grab a boat hook, and then say to Havel, tie one of your new knots.
I mean, like any knot? Can he tie a
noose? Just quickly!
Yeah, I'll, tie one of those fantastic new knots, not knowing the names of any of them.
Mm-hmm. Around the barrel, or what's the plan here, Titus?
Yeah, I just tie a pretty knot that goes around nothing. Like, there you go.
I think everybody knows what I'm trying to do. Just he's floating away. Just go.
So you tie what I'm assuming is probably going to be some sort of lasso.
No, around the boat hook.
Oh, around the boat hook. Okay.
Yeah.
This is going to go so well.
So you tie this knot and get it nice and secure, and kind of hand this boat hook to Titus.
Okay. It's like just a big javelin, right?
Pretty much.
I'm going to throw it towards Torek.
Roll me the attack roll, please.
Fuck. I will go
It's time
reckless.
for spearfishing.
I'm gonna go reckless with this attack.
Sure.
I'm fucking glad I did. Holy shit! Wow.
So that is going to be a fairly powerful throw from Titus. So spurred into action, kind of by the thoughts of his kind of famous rescue of Liartooth, something that will go down as a nautical myth for generations to come, and be commemorated in tattoos of seamen from here to Illyrist. Titus kind of takes a bit of a run up and just launches this boat hook at Torek. So Torek, as you're floating on the surface, you kind of see Titus kind of take a run up and see this kind of boat hook come towards you. Roll me a dexterity saving throw, please.
I am going to add a flash of genius to this, I think. Yep, not much. Oh wait, no. With dex on top of that, that'll be 23.
So your flash of genius tells you that it might be a good idea to get out of the way of this thing. So you duck and kind of you propel yourself a little bit underwater, and sure enough, this kind of a shaft of this boat hook kind of just pierces the water surface where you had been. Quite a rate of knots. It was a good throw from Titus, bang on target. But as it goes by, you kind of manage to grab onto the kind of rope that's tied to it.
Excellent. So the hook's like below me on the rope, right?
Yeah. So that's kind of just come to a stop, maybe 5 feet or so before starting to float up back to the surface.
And everyone, heave! Heave!
So Titus, another athletics check with advantage, because obviously everybody who's on deck is lending a hand.
It's 21.
So again, you just yank this rope as hard as you can. Tarek, you get this kind of moment for a horrifying moment where you've basically just invented the sport of water skiing before you're pulled out of the water. And too late, you realise you're heading straight towards the stern of the vessel. So there's a familiar kind of smack as Torek yet again impacts with the barnacle-laced hull of this the ship, and
the sad sound of clogs snapping.
Yeah, a clog snaps. You're pretty sure you heard the crunch of glass as the other lens in your goggles goes.
No.
The kind of the sailcloth and hemp wetsuit is kind of ripped apart by some of these barnacles as you're dragged up the side of the ship. And you kind of emerge on deck to see Titus just like beaming at you.
Hello again.
This one was not my fault.
I did get you an albatross, though.
Yeah, Triss very sheepishly presents to you these two kind of wings. They're sizable. They've got a lot of feathers each. To be fair.
Hold up.
That. Tarek.
Oh yes, this is perfect. He's gonna pick one feather out of the albatross and then go downstairs.
The bosun's mate kind of turns to you, Havel. Is he always like this?
Yeah, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
Usually there's more explosions.
So the ship, kind of having started to kind of turn to retrieve Tarek, the captain corrects its course and you proceed back on your course. But Tarek, as you kind of get up and stretch your legs after a while and move to kind of return to deck, you realise the door to your cabin has been locked. It seems that they've decided to lock you in for your own good.
Well, may as well make the most of it as I can. I'm going to mend my goggles, and not going to bother with the clogs. I think I can work on this. I think I could get out of here, but I don't think I will. Come to think of it, Torik's loadout is a bit Harry Houdini. Yeah, I think he'll just be like bubbling away in his room with the alchemy kit. Like anyone who walks by can just see like yellow smoke coming out from under the door.
Yeah, just wafting under the door, yeah.
Fantastic.
Okay.
As I perfect my potion of flight.
So, you kind of crack on with that for the remainder of the voyage there, Torik. So as you guys sail the rest of the way, it's not a terrible journey. There are the kind of days that are, a bit more stormy than others, and nothing approaching like a full-blown gale that kind of gets the crew worried or anything. You can see Conrad isn't coping too well with the rough seas, though. He spends a large part of his time kind of crouched over the rails, spewing up the ship's biscuits and smoked sardines that are kind of a fare for the voyage. But other than a bit of seasickness, the journey passes with no kind of adverse effects, and you before too long end up alongside a jetty in a small kind of coastal town just east of Perwold here. So you're in the village of Severio. It's a small fishing village, not too dissimilar from the one you previously visited back in Parfunis. Your captain bids you all a farewell. Titus, you kind of say goodbye to your crew, who are pretty sad to see you go, as they're going to have to actually do the hard work of loading and unloading cargo again. Braxton, some of the kind of sailors, say a quick prayer with you before you disembark. And Havel, the bosun's quite sad to see you go. It's it's always a good thing to have another good rigger on board. But
what was the name of the ship, Crispy? Just so that we know.
It was
these guys for the future.
It was the Gypsy's Folly. So Conrad approaches you guys now as the kind of party comes ashore. Right then, well, I suppose we'd best get going. It's I must say, reassuring to have terra firma under our feet again.
So, shall we unload?
Mm-hmm. So the horses are kind of brought ashore and seem to be, in reasonably okay-ish state. Nothing a bit of rest won't solve, and it's proper hay.
Well, thank the captain and the crew and apologise for Torik, and then be on our way.
I beg your pardon, I didn't catch that. What are you doing for Torik?
Apologising.
What are you apologising for?
No, we were apologising for you.
Existence.
Apology accepted.
Sorry, he's not dead yet. Yeah,
yeah, he just misunderstands.
Okay.
40 gold each, was that?
40 gold ahead for that travel, yes. So now that you're kind of in the southern stretch of the Empire, you notice that the kind of oppressive heat of kind of more northern sectors are kind of lesser than you would kind of previously experienced a bit further north. It's still very humid, but the temperature is dropped a little bit. The scenery is more of a kind of coniferous trees of the Parfunis rather than the luscious rainforests, but there are different species, and you can see that there's clearly differentiation between the flora here and in the north. But yeah, it's not as kind of thick and oppressive.
Okay. Well, seeing as we've made good time, Conrad, we do have some personal business that we'd like to attend to in Powell. If you wouldn't mind making a delay on reaching Waden.
He kind of looks quite uneasy at this. I'm not sure about that, Rulin. The king did seem to imply this was a particularly urgent matter. We may have saved time, yes, but I fear that the sooner the better. We shouldn't squander it.
Right.
But, well, I dare say we could always come back. It won't take me, hopefully, too long to see this matter through to its conclusion.
Very well. Waden and then on to Powell.
Mm-hmm. So the roads, if you would call it that, kind of takes you up towards Parold first. But you, as you kind of approach it, you can see that it does split, and kind of reluctantly you take the roads leading over to Waden. But as you pass, you can see kind of elves out working in the surrounding lands around Parold, growing some what doesn't really look like conventional crops. You can't really tell from this kind of distance. But it doesn't seem to be rice or corn or wheat or any crop you're familiar with. But you move on past. As you cut through this jungle, as kind of the temperature rises, you go a little bit further north. You can see that Conrad is, quite bothered by this heat. You can see he kind of sweats quite profusely, even after fairly mild exertion. Clearly not cut out for life on the roads, especially not down here. But despite that, he doesn't seem to protest at all. He's quite good about it, keeps to himself. And he helps you where he can with camp. So, you give him the odd task of gathering firewood or something basic in the evenings, just to keep him occupied. But it goes on like this for a about 4-day journey on horseback before the land ahead of you starts to open up. What strikes you when you first see Woden, for those of you that haven't been here before, is the scale of this city. By comparison, this makes Bayford look like a town. The kind of stretch of buildings kind of takes up most of the horizon that you can see. The walls encompassing it are kind of tall and magnificent, clearly built to withstand the heaviest of sieges. The land surrounding it has been cleared for miles, and you can see a mixture of kind of crops and pastures with quite a not an abundant, as in like full-on herds that we'd expect in kind of a field in real life, but large for this world quantities of livestock, both kind of bovine and kind of sheep and goats as well. This is clearly a city of importance and wealth. And you can see that Conrad is relieved to see it. The promise of a proper bed and civilization seems to have perked his spirits up quite a bit. And you can see that he's kind of smiling to himself as you trot in towards the gate.
So, have you ever been to Waden before, Conrad?
No, my duties were always in the north, but I've friends at court who tell me it's a marvelous city, the kind of a real jewel of the empire. And well, I must say, from first impressions, I can see why they'd say that. Have you seen the size of the place?
It is quite a place. Actually, Roland's going to sort of pull back in the marching order kind of thing to find Torek.
Uh-huh.
Torek, I need a favor.
Oh, yes. What can I do?
Do you have anything that can be used, say, to disguise a person's appearance?
Oh, yes, I can do that. Are you hoping for like a full-on disguise, or are we talking mutation? And for the word mutation, Torek gets like a cruel smile.
We don't judge here.
Just a few subtle changes would do the trick.
Subtle, eh? Are you perhaps questioning what it would be like to be the other gender, Roland? We all have these feelings.
We do.
Perfectly natural.
No, just perhaps just some facial hair or different eye color, maybe something like that.
Well, the way my magic works is you're going to need the deoxyribonucleic acid of whomever you want to turn into. A toenail, hair, any part of the person, and I can turn you to look like them.
Right. Well,
yeah, probably should have got them from the sailors, huh?
Ahead of time, yes.
Wait, come to think of it. It comes to Torek's attention that we've just come off a wet boat, so the bottom of the shoes would be wet, so may pick up hairs.
Okay, so Torek, you kind of dismount and run up and down the kind of collected party and look on the bottom of various boots and shoes. You kind of managed to pick what appears to be a kind of a dark hair from Havel's boot.
Ooh, yes. What's Havel's reaction when I'm just pulling something off the bottom of his foot?
Just fucking look down and spot, alright. Just looks at it for a moment and just carries on as he was.
It's just Torek doing what Torek does, you know.
No one even notices anymore.
Oh, that's good. All right, I've acquired a specimen. The upside is, we have a hair and we can do this experiment. The downside is we don't know who it is. This could very well be the hair of a sheep.
Oh, well, I don't want to turn into a sheep. Have you? No. No.
Well, I guess there's only one way to find out. Do you want to take the potion now or later?
We'll save it for now, just in case.
Okay. I'll brew it up for you now then. And I'm going to use a spell slot to enact my... I'm just going to call it alchemy. Magic.
Yep. So you get that potion going. It'll be ready for Erlin when he wants it.
Cool. I can. This is the weird thing about that feat. It takes an action. So I'm just going to take the hair, put it in a bottle, and shake it so it fizzes a load. I'm going to hand it over to Rulin. There it is.
Wait, that's it?
Yep. As long as, I may have to touch it up at the start of every day with the magical essence, but the DNA has taken effect, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So, having done this, Torek, you kind of remount and you guys get going towards the gates of the of the city.
Someone else noticing my talents.
So as you approach, you can see that the kind of the roads now are actually recognizable as proper roads. They kind of got the metalled surface. And you can see that they're busy. People are kind of coming and going with all sorts of goods, kind of both agricultural and kind of mercantile. And as such, the kind of guards are fairly lax at their posts. They don't seem to be stopping anyone or asking questions. So you guys managed to slip into the city with the rest of them. And Rulin, as you're kind of walking amongst the old streets of your home, you kind of look up, and kind of the thing that strikes you most is the kind of opulent imperial palace where the emperor resides. You remember that palace. You could see it very clearly from your father's kind of town mansion. It brings kind of flashing memories of those days back to you. You can't quite see your father's mansion from where you are now, but you know it's there, and that kind of evokes some feelings for you. Whereas Triss, on the other hand, likewise, it's been a while since you last were here. However, your eye is not drawn to the grand skyline of the kind of imperial palace, but more to the kind of the streets around you and the kind of the immediate settings. You can see that quite a bit seems to have changed since you were last here. New signs are up over shops. Kind of few streets have kind of had additional houses or kind of dwellings built on them. You can recognise it, but for the large part, it's still the Weirden you know.
Have you missed it, Triss?
Some of it, yeah. Life with the Order, though, has been pretty good, all things considered. I don't have much inclination to spend any time back here.
It's a kind of a long time ago, Triss. The kind of manner of your exit from Weirden is still pretty fresh in your mind.
Yeah, she's probably a smidge nervous about that, but, hoping that it's only fresh to her, and everyone else has kind of let it go a little bit.
How long ago would it have been?
How long have we been with the Order?
So you're probably getting on for about 2 years now.
Probably about that again, maybe 4 or 5 years since she was last here, I guess.
So, a reasonable amount of time to a human.
I suppose we are dealing with elves, though. So, how about you, Rulin? How are you doing?
It's strange, and well, there are some people I'd rather not see, and some people I'd rather not know that I'm here. So
I understand that one. We'll
we
make
should
it as
try
quick
it.
as possible.
Yes, if we can.
So, as you kind of making your way down, it's getting on late in the day. Conrad kind of turns and says, "Well, I suppose we'd probably best find somewhere for the night. I doubt the Lord Regent will be taking visitors at this hour."
The Lord Regent?
Oh yes, Lord Vanan. His position is basically been granted to him by the Emperor now. He speaks for the Ilafari in all matters of state.
You didn't say that we were coming to see the Lord Regent, Conrad.
Well, who else would be here to see? I'm not going to do business with one of the local shopkeepers, am I?
Very well. let's find somewhere for the night. And Roll will sort of like consciously steer them to a district that's away from where his childhood home would be.
Mm-hmm. So you kind of pick a more not poor, but not as kind of magnificently kind of adorned section of the city to kind of find a room in. As you go, Triss, you realise that this is actually not too far from where you grew up. So you know a couple of good taverns to potentially stay at. Ones where you could probably go in and not have to worry about people paying any attention to you.
I'll steer us in that direction.
Mm-hmm. So you come to a medium-sized place. You can kind of see the sign above reads the Hoof and Horseshoe. And as you enter, it looks like for all the world like a pub anywhere in the continent. It's pretty non-distinct. Patrons are kind of eating, drinking. There's like a lot of noise. It's quite busy at this time of day. Barkeeps, kind of clearly busy serving people. No one's really batted an eye that you walked in. Except Titus, of course, he draws the odd glance here and there, but Weyerden's a fairly kind of metropolitan city in the sense that, there's going to be people of each and every race here. So actually, Titus, you feel less of an outcast than you usually do. People don't seem to be just staring and gawping as often. But yeah, so you guys... sorry, Chaz, what were you saying?
I said he likes it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So yeah, you guys find someone to sit down, and before too long, drinks are ordered and a meal provided.
Is the soup any good?
The soup is actually not bad. You can tell that it's kind of a largely celery based soup this time, with a kind of little bit of potato to give it some bulk.
Oh, yeah, it's like a weighty soup, a hearty soup.
Yes, so there's the kind of the lack of flavour the celery provides gives the chef a fairly kind of bland base platform to really experiment with the spices. It seems that he's kind of gone for a bit of cayenne and saffron on this one. And actually, it works surprisingly well, more so than you'd think.
Torek takes out like a smaller than usual notebook from inside his coat and jots down notes.
Mm-hmm. So it's a pretty pleasant yet relatively inexpensive soup. Saffron being obviously much more common in this world than it is in ours.
Mm-hmm. You can get synthetic saffron pretty cheap, I think.
As you're kind of sitting down, a couple of people sit down at the table next to you. Triss, roll me a perception.
Perception is +4, so 9.
You can't hear exactly what they're saying, but you recognise it as being a dialect of thieves' cant.
Oh. How close am I sat to them?
Table's probably a couple of meters away.
Okay. Is there anyone on our table who's sat closer?
Yeah, so it seems that Havel is kind of sat closest to them.
I'm gonna shuffle around the table to go and stand next to Havel and just ask if he could show me a couple of those knots. and I'm gonna tune into Radio Havel and just go, just talk to me quietly. I just need to listen to something. Sorry.
Okay, so you get a bit closer, and Havel starts tying a kind of loose bit of leather into a series of increasingly more complex knots. Tris, as you kind of listen in, you recognise that voice. You haven't heard it for quite some time, but you recognise the voice of your former friends.
Triss is gonna turn around.
And sure enough, sat on the table, looking not a day older than the day you last saw her, is Rania. She's clearly talking to someone, and as you watch, you can, because you are focusing on them, you can see a very quick exchange of a coin purse for a kind of item wrapped in a cloth. And just as quickly as they came out, the items disappear. They kind of take a quick... Oh, sorry, what was that? I missed that because I was about to say something.
I interrupted. Oops.
It's clear that, this is some sort of deal that's just gone down. But they both kind of quickly get up to kind of go their separate ways. Kind of this figure that you don't recognise heads towards the bar, whereas kind of Rania makes for the door.
Triss is gonna quickly dodge after her, trying to draw as little attention as possible.
Mm-hmm. So it's still a pretty busy tavern, so you kind of getting up and darting outside doesn't really kind of turn any heads. People might just think you've had one too many and need to spew, but kind of just as she's getting to the door, you manage to kind of get just behind her.
I'll put my hand on her shoulder. I don't really want to shout her name if she's up to something a little bit dodgy, potentially.
Mm-hmm. So as you kind of grab her shoulder, kind of faster than you were really expecting, she kind of does a 180, and like you look down and realize there's a dag kind of pressed into your stomach. Not kind of piercing or anything, but you kind of hear, "You better back up."
That's a rude greeting.
Triss?
After you haven't seen me so long.
Triss? Is that... Wait, I thought... What the hell are you doing back here?
I'm here on work.
Oh, really?
Yeah, how are you doing?
Well, I wasn't expecting to see you here. Here, why don't we get a drink? I'm sure we have a lot to catch up on.
Absolutely, let's do it.
So you bringing her back to the party, or just finding a table just for two of you?
I'd bring her back to the party.
So she's obviously quite cautious approaching the party, but seeing as you're kind of leading the way, she's a bit more appreciative. Of course, everybody, you just see Triss kind of dart off, kind of grab this kind of female half-elf and kind of bring her back.
I'd make some introductions, but I think I'd probably be quite careful, particularly because of Roland, to only do first names.
Okay, so you kind of do the introductions, and kind of people obviously have now kind of completely forgotten you were even up, so you guys are just at the table undisturbed. So tell me, Triss, is it okay for you to be back here?
I mean, maybe not. We're gonna try and make it as quick as possible.
Well, that's probably wise.
Hoping it won't be so fresh in everybody's memory, right?
I'm not so certain about that. There are still a few very angry people here. I've done what I can to smooth over relations, but well, you know what they're like.
I do. we'll try and keep a low profile and get out of town as fast as possible, I suppose.
Well, I suppose that would be the safest option, but it just so happens that if you're still into that line of work, I might have a particularly well-paying job that you could potentially benefit from.
Oh, tell me more.
So I've had a client approach me, someone I've dealt with before, so I know he's a good guy, trustworthy. But he's after something of a particular rarity that's going to be difficult to acquire.
Okay, we're fairly good at that normally.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. This is not an average, normal kind of job. You see, what he wants, that's locked away in the Imperial Library.
Libraries. Yeah. Well, we're getting better at getting things out of libraries. What is it, though?
Well, from what I can kind of guess of it, it's a kind of a book of significant value. It's quite an old one, I think. He wouldn't say exactly what it is, but he said we wouldn't need to. It'd be obvious when we saw it. Apparently, it's locked away and sealed within what appears to be a containment field of some sort. He says that that doesn't really matter to us. To be honest, we can if we were to get it. He insists that the containment field remains intact. Something about it being a fragile book, and he wants to preserve it.
Triss is gonna pointedly look at Torek. I know someone very good at getting through locks.
Titus chuckles. Oh, yes, I am handy.
What was that, Triss? I was eating soup.
A lock, Torek? Do you fancy unpicking one?
Torque's gonna think back. There's gonna be like a brief thinking period where Torque thinks back to the last time something like this happened, and it's just the entire library shenanigans. And he's just then gonna shrug and go, okay.
We managed to get out. Okay.
Well,
I do owe you one after all.
It'd be a hell of a payoff. He's willing to fork over 15,000 gold for it if we can lay our hands on it.
15,000 gold!
Oh, okay. Jesus, how dangerous is this going to be?
That is why I couldn't find anybody who wants to take on the job. So, not only is it in the Imperial Library, but it's in the section that they don't even allow for scholars access to. Really, it's going to be a hell of a job. I don't know how we'd even go about starting it, but
I'm guessing we've got absolutely nothing to go on right now, then.
Well, other than that, it's in that library.
Okay.
Obviously, if I'd thought of a plan by now, I'd have gone with it. It's too big an opportunity to pass up. It could finally get me out of this hellhole city.
What do you think, folks? Do you want to give it a try?
Well, Rulin's been to the Imperial Palace. I assume he's probably been to the library.
Yes, so Rulin, in your youth, you've often accompanied your father when he was visiting the Emperor on official business as part of your kind of lessons in statecraft. You would know of the Imperial Library. It would be unlikely that you would have actually studied there, but you would at least know where to look, or at least start looking.
And what do I know of the security?
Tight as a Yorkshireman's wallet. It is very well guarded.
We're not getting in there then.
Well, I mean, we might be getting in, but it's how do we get back out?
While people brainstorm ideas, do you mind if I go for a toilet break?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, cheers. It's just been a while.
Mm-hmm. Well, I say if people want to take like a 5-minute break, get a cup of tea or whatever, we could do that while he does that.
Yeah,
I
whatever
didn't
we
do
do
that.
see a stamper on the session or anything.
Yeah, no, it's worries. You're right. It is a pretty long session, so more than happy for an amenities break. Should we say that then? Reconvene in like 5 minutes or so.
Let's do it.
Yeah, that works.
Cool.
It's good to be back in the saddle again, though, for sure.
Cool. I'll see you guys then.
I'm back.
I think everyone else is gone
Oh.
for a quick break.
Yeah. When Crispy said quick break, Rich, were you thinking, oh shit, I wanted to go to bed? Oh.
A little bit.
You still working from home?
Yeah. Well, it's bank holiday tomorrow, but I'm not working. But we just moved in, so there's like so much stuff to do every day.
Yeah. I remember that. So whereabouts did you end up in the end anyway? Was it whatchamacallit? Whitefield, yeah.
Yeah.
Not so bad.
Yeah, so not too far from your way, really.
Yeah. Well, just literally a direct train straight into Victoria, probably.
Yeah.
Victoria is the one nearby, isn't it? Well, probably nearest to you.
Yeah, you get to Victoria, then you can get the tram. It's the same tram line.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a decent spot that actually, because you can get pretty much anywhere you need to. I know obviously you drive, but trains simple enough. But,
yeah, it was one of the reasons we chose around here because, like, Yaz, when she works in the office, it's right in the middle of town.
Yeah.
So there's no way she'd drive in and park every day. It's
No.
not worth the money. So we wanted to be near a tram.
Yeah, worth it.
Yeah. Well, now we've all been working at home, but
worth it in the long run. Yeah.
Look.
I'm black.
You're black?
Yeah. This entire time.
I finally got one of them thingos. Was it you who mentioned it, Jace? The power line adapters for Ethernet.
Yeah, because we use them.
I got one of them the other day, like plugged it in. It's so much better. Like, it easily adds like another 20-30% to my download speed. It's perfect.
I bought
Put them in every room in the house now.
Yeah, we do. But we've got the ones upstairs and downstairs are like the super high end ones that allow us to get like 200 up and down.
Right. Yeah.
Whereas everywhere else it's just basic. Like I'm in the middle room at the moment, and the one I have here only allows 80 megabytes. 80 megabits down.
Oh, okay.
So it's not that great. They are helpful as fuck.
Yeah,
I
got a TP Link one. I just bought it off Amazon. It was like £27 something.
Oh yeah, I've got a TP Link one. Our good ones cost us like £100 though.
Nice.
He says cost Jason.
Yeah, it's true. You never, paid me for
it. I went for a wireless adapter and kind of regret it. I've got to set my PC up backwards because if I set it up forwards, then the wireless adapter, the antenna at the back, and for some reason it just completely shaft the signal if I put it in the back.
Wait, so you're staring at the back of your monitor?
Yeah. It's a funny setup, but it works.
There's a mirror attached to the wall. The monitor is the mirror. I didn't realise that actually when you mentioned that then, Rich, because I got this thing the other day, but I just noticed that my wireless antenna is still plugged into the back of my PC, so I think I'll take that out. No point having it there anymore.
Of course, like when I have a look at them now, they're on sale.
What's it called? The one you got?
The one we had. Ours are the AC 1350. Like 6 months later, they're about £30 less than I spent on them.
Can't remember the one that I got was.
All right, who are we still waiting on?
Guy, I think.
I'm here.
Oh wait,
Back. Yeah.
Well, oh, okay. Yeah, so just carry on from where we left off, I guess. So yeah, she's clearly quite serious about this this deal, Tris. Obviously, 15,000 goals for your share probably translates to about 5,000 for her as well. That's a pretty life-changing amount of money, especially if you're accustomed to living in kind of the lower parts of Wales. You can see that she's pretty keen on getting this done.
Well, I'm probably up for it, given that that's Triss's whole shebang. Sneaking into libraries and stealing books. but
I'd like
whether
to
the rest
know.
of you are.
I'd like to know a little bit more about this book. Why it's worth so much.
Well, he didn't say, and when I wasn't really going to ask.
I mean, for someone to spend such a fortune on a book, there has to be something dangerous about this kind of thing. Not just stealing it, but whatever the book contains is clearly odd.
Well, unique. I'm told that's why he's so keen to have it. It's the only print, he said, and it's obviously locked away, so he can't even get access to study.
We'll all just sort of look at Triss. So, do you remember the last unique book we came across in the forbidden section of a library?
Yeah, and the one before that. Triss is gonna pat a pocket with her warlock book. I can see why you would have concerns.
We'll back whatever decision you choose to make, and we'll help you as best we can.
Everyone else, what are your thoughts?
Titus does not like these books. Every time we go to library, there is some big disaster.
Well, I owe you one, so I suppose I'll follow your lead. Do my best to repay that favor.
Oh, Braxton, also probably you should be informed of the full situation here. The reason why I might not be especially welcome in Woden is because the last time I was here I broke a deal with a bit of a shady merchant and ended up a warlock. Stole the book, caused a bit of a scene, and then the time after that I got stuck in a book and everyone else got chased out of the library. Twice.
Braxton's just sat there like, the fuck did I get involved in?
I can see where everyone's hesitation is born from. I'll go along with any plan to assist, but it feels a little uncomfortable with the history.
Oh, there is only one sane one here.
Sorry, as maybe point out as well, is Conrad sat there listening to all of this going on as well?
Conrad's kind of looking up from his soup in mild disbelief.
Okay.
You people did all of that? I need to check my bookshelves when I get home.
We should all be more careful about what we discuss in the open. We're all quite lax in that regard.
Okay, maybe we shouldn't do this then. Triss is gonna tune in one by one to everyone other than Conrad to go. Just tell them, well, we'll make a decision quietly through this. We'll take your opinions.
Right, okay. So yeah, each of you gets a visit from Radio Triss with words to that effect.
Well, money isn't everything, but it could come in handy with the kind of things that we may have to face.
Money isn't everything, but it's why you kill monsters.
Also,
not exactly.
it could be a very nice book. Havel, what's your thoughts on it? We know that you love a good deal.
So, after she's tuned in and the screaming has subsided, Havel would just point me in the direction of something I get to shoot and I'm fine.
I'll take it as you're in. Probably.
I mean, as long as I get to shoot something.
We'll find you something to shoot, I'm sure. Probably plenty of things.
Well, I'm glad that you've decided against burglary. It would definitely sour diplomatic relations if the people I turn up with go and commit a major felony. I'm going to turn in. I expect to see you all here bright and early tomorrow. We've an important task ahead of us. He kind of bids you all a fair night and kind of heads upstairs to a room that he's booked and graciously paid for all of you lot as well out of the diplomatic expense fund that he seems to have access to.
It's fair to say I thought we had a diplomat at the table.
When Conrad walks off, Cavill's going to be like, so, do we need to kill him now?
No.
To be fair, he doesn't know any more than we do, which is very little. We should wait till he's out of the city, though, if we are going to do it.
No, that's a good point. Are we taking him back?
Assumed under the escort that you would get him there and presumably back. Seeing as you're the only ones who are currently with him and he's not really the type.
That'd be funny as fuck if we just left him. Alright, comrade, see you later.
You live here now.
Enjoy your new posting, yeah.
Just whatever you want to do, I'll back you.
I really want to go and look at the book.
No more books. Titus crosses his arms.
Even a really good book, Titus.
You want a good... There's no good books. Every book, adventure and distress and reading and quiet libraries.
Even a book for many money?
How much?
Many, many, many.
Many, many, many?
Yeah, many, many, many.
Oh. Titus thinks back to the cows. We can't do this many, many, many book.
Just imagining some cut scene in the a really vicious fight. Titus knocked to his stomach, kind of opens a locket around his neck, stares lovingly at a picture of a cow, closes it, and gets back into the fight.
Don't call Yenver a cow.
So we doing it?
We'll finish whatever business Conrad's here for first, and then we'll see.
Okay, Marinia, we're gonna get back to you, but it's looking like we'll take it on.
Oh, marvellous. That's, well, Triss, we're going to be very rich. I'll wait around here. You can always find me here in the evenings once you're in possession of it. But good hunting.
Super. Hopefully we'll see you soon.
He kind of gets up, kind of puts a hood up and kind of makes his way back onto the street and quickly disappears into the crowd.
So you had quite the reputation then.
A little bit. It's really a wonder I didn't end up as a rogue.
Well, fate has many accidents.
Yeah.
You didn't jump from enough rooftops.
Read a couple too many books.
I spend most of my evenings crossing the rooftops.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh my god. That character.
It's funny because Cal and I were basically playing Edgelord Bingo, and we got so many hits.
Cameron. Right.
Cool. So by now it's getting on for kind of last order's been rung. Bar's starting to thin out a little bit.
Well, we still have things to attend to, so we should all get some rest, I suppose.
So, as I said, Conrad is kind of already paid for the room and board, so you guys find, when you get up there, again, a pretty decent couple of bedrooms with some pretty comfortable looking sleeping arrangements. And of course, he's got his own room, being a bit of an aristocrat and kind of used to that kind of thing. But you guys are kind of bunking kind of two to a room.
Just as we're going to bed, I'm going to hand Triss the amulet. And I'm going to go, just in case you wanted to. I can cover you for an alibi if you really want it.
Ooh. This is the sneaky amulet.
The amulet that allows you to hide from magical sight.
Oh.
Or the scry-proofment.
Ooh. Okay. Triss is gonna bunk with Torek in that case.
Braxton breathes a sigh of relief. Cool. So you guys get a good, restful night's sleep. As I said, the beds are of good quality. And you wake to a pretty solid breakfast. Kind of the Ilafari version of Weetabix, and kind of fills you up nice and proper. So kind of ready for the day. And true to his word, Conrad is already dressed and waiting for you when you awake. You can see that he's taken particular effort. He kind of put on his kind of finer set of clothes that he brought with him. He's kind of slicked his hair back properly, and you can see that he's properly getting into that diplomatic mode at the moment. He's representing a kingdom here, so he needs to look the part. Good morning, companions. I trust you slept well.
Yes, reasonably.
Well, that's good to hear. It's nice enough accommodation, actually. I was expecting it to be a little more, shabby, but no, it seems even the taverns here are higher quality than back home.
How does it compare to, just the average of back home? I'm guessing it is actually quite nice.
So, compared to some of the kind of commoners' pubs you've seen in Bayford, this is definitely a step up. It's still obviously not as lavish as kind of the taverns the aristocrats in Bayford would use, but the run of the mill pub, this is pretty good.
Nice.
Right. Well, if you're all done eating, I suggest we get going. I've sent word ahead of us, and we have an audience with the Lord Regent. I suggest we not keep him waiting.
Conrad, before we go, I feel it pertinent to mention that I would rather not be recognised by the Lord Regent or anyone in his household. So
He kind of looks at you quizzically at this.
it's nothing important, really, just some old business. So I may disguise myself, and you shouldn't be alarmed when I do. And with that, are they in their own rooms at the minute? Or?
So the pub's pretty quiet at this point, but you guys are at kind of a table there.
Okay, Roland will try subtly drinking the potion. It lasts for like a couple of hours, doesn't it?
Let me check that. It will last 10 minutes.
Really? I thought it was an hour. At least an hour. Oh shit! That's a misjudgment on my part.
So, Rulan, as you chug this potion, you kind of feel this transformation start to take place. You kind of feel a real paunch kind of growing in your belly, and you kind of beef up a bit. The rest of you watch, and Havel, you kind of see that this form is that of a ship's cook. Quite a portly authority by anyone's measure. Black, slightly balding hair. Just you kind of your average kind of fat human, really.
So just as I drink that, I guess Tarek gives me the warning that it'll only last 10 minutes. And then I was sitting there thinking, oh shit. Oh.
Yeah, yeah. It's the alter self spell that lasts an hour. I gave you a potion that changes you like alter self, but only lasts 10 minutes.
Okay.
I guess you could technically top it up with the spell.
I could, yeah.
I could. Because it's the same thing, I would let you do that, and we could just flavor it as you kind of giving him a booster shot or something.
Okay, yeah, that works.
Like, if it is the same spell, then I don't mind you kind of topping it up rather than letting it expire and
yeah, for all purposes, it is the same spell.
Okay.
So yeah, you can top it up, but it will need like a kind of a shot to be administered.
Yeah, luckily for you, I did have the alter self spell prepared. Very nice.
Okay, so Conrad obviously is very startled by this sudden transformation.
What accent did the cook have?
Well, he had quite a thick Geordie accent.
Oh boy. Nope, not even going to try it.
Fair enough.
What? No.
Jason,
Don't feel like you have to.
Maybe really will just stay quiet for the rest of it.
Yeah.
I'll give you the 20 gold you spent pranking me.
I mean, fucking Crispy's done the voice of a horse, a bird, and something else now. I mean, it's only a Geordie.
Same intelligence level. I'm not too fussed about you doing a Geordie accent, Cal. Don't worry about it. We'll kind of let you talk in whatever is easiest.
Uh-huh. Well, as part of the disguise, Roland's just going to try and stay out of the way, out of sight, out of mind, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. I love the idea of like this fat, like old human in like monk robes with like monk weapons and like clearly not acrobatic in the least.
That's what we're going with, though. Right, let's be off.
So,
I mean,
kind of
Let's be off, man.
Off to two. So having recovered, actually, credit to him, remarkably quickly from this, Conrad kind of pulls himself together. Well, yes, right then, let's go. And so you guys kind of make your way up, kind of a bit of an incline here. The street kind of meanders upwards, kind of into the heart of the city, where you can see all these kind of grand buildings. And Conrad kind of fills the time with a little bit of idle chat about some of his friends at court who have told him various things about Wayard. Triss, Rulin, you realise that, about half of them are just, outright fabrications. But he seems content, so he keeps on kind of spewing that at you as you go. But after about a quarter of an hour's walk, you come to the gates of a very impressive building. Rulin, this is your family home. And indeed, impressed on the gates are the symbols of House Vernan. And these gates are manned by two elves clad in kind of armour, also adorned with such clearly very ceremonial armour, more of a display of the wealth of their employer than to actually protect them. But they kind of stop you guys briefly until Conrad kind of pulls out a kind of bit of parchment and hands it over. And as the guard inspects it, it seems to check out. He hands it back, kind of snaps off a brisk salute and opens the gate for him. So he leads on and beckons you guys to follow him. And inside these kind of compound walls, you guys can see absolutely beautifully maintained gardens. For a kind of residency built inside a city, there's a surprising amount of grounds on display here. Every inch of which is pristinely manicured and kind of landscaped to perfection here. The person who designed this clearly had a very, very good eye for detail and tastes to match. But before long, you kind of brought to a portico of steps leading into the main house, and kind of a well-dressed butler waits at the bottom for you. Good morning, sirs and ma'am. I take it you are the diplomatic party from Barfunis? Yes, that's us. We're here to see the Lord Regent. Very good, sir. He's waiting inside. If you'll follow me. He kind of turns and begins to lead you kind of through this, again, very large, imposing entryway. Kind of stone columns either side, clearly designed to impress upon visitors the wealth of those inside. The hallways are lined with kind of the finest carpets the Ilathari can produce. You can see the kind of colours are vibrant and the patterns are woven to resemble kind of scenes of various parts of Ilathari mythology. Kind of portraits of previous generations of House Vernan line the walls. Rulin, you look upon the faces of your ancestors, the same faces that you used to hate as a boy. They still feel as cold and distant today as they did then, almost as if they were kind of silently judging. But like then, they stay motionless, and you are kind of brought into kind of the main stateroom of the house, and again the floor is tiled out of a particularly beautifully polished stone. However, this isn't what grabs your attention. Is raised on a bit of a plinth at the far end is a It's not really a chair, it's more akin to a throne. A large, towering throne, the back of which stretches at least about 20 foot into the air at your reckoning. Rulin, you're familiar with your father's audience chamber. He had it built specially. Ever since the Emperor made him his regent, he has been very keen to impress that power upon his political rivals. In the only way he really knows how, through a just outright display of superiority. And that is clearly what has been installed here. The craftsmanship is kind of exquisite. And sat in this throne, you shiver as you see the stern face of your father. Kind of, not quite glaring, but kind of coldly assessing a group of you. You can see as his eyes take hold of your fairly large form, a mild disgust. So not too different from what you're used to when you were a lad. However, your heart lifts a little as you see, kind of standing off to one side, the tall figure of a dragonborn. A man more familiar to you, and whilst also a disciplinarian, one you kind of had a lot more respect for. Yosef is kind of stood to in full ceremonial armour. You can see there's a kind of an honour guard there as well. He's clearly in command of. But yeah, he's got his kind of resplendent plate on. Clearly, hours have been spent polishing this. You also notice a kind of a younger elf standing to the side of your father's throne. Average height for an elf. It's obviously hard to tell age, really, but he's clearly a young man. Lord Regent, may I introduce myself and my party? I am Conrad Rolf. I come here on the behest of King Gustav IV, rightful king and ruler of Parfunis. It is a pleasure to enter your lovely home. Yes, I've been expecting you, and I'm glad that you have arrived safely. Please, come forward. We don't need to raise our voices to speak to one another across this great hall. Please, come closer. So the rest of...
Titus is going to whisper to Triss. Hey, that man sounds just like Rulin.
Triss is gonna nod at him and then tune into Rulin and see if he's doing okay.
Yes.
How long's it been since you were last here, Rulin?
20-something years.
Okay. Let us know if you need to make a hasty exit.
Mm-hmm. It's just a very uncomfortable kind of feeling that washes through.
So as Conrad kind of approaches the kind of pedestal where your father sits, he kind of stops a respectful distance away, about 20 feet or so, and you guys kind of fall in, kind of in line behind him a little bit. So Lord Banan takes a moment before very kind of elegantly but quite slowly standing. And as he comes down the stairs, he remains one step higher than Conrad. Ambassador, please let me introduce myself properly. My name is Lucius Banan. I am Lord Regent for the city, and I speak on behalf of the Emperor. His will is made manifest through me, so please let me reassure you that you are dealing with the highest authority. Well, that's good to know. I'm here on behalf of King Gustav, and likewise, he's authorized me to speak on his behalf. I am Conrad Rolf, and these here are my loyal companions. He turns and gestures to you, and kind of out of courtesy, Lucius kind of nods at you guys, but doesn't really seem to pay you any attention. And I hope you don't mind, but as part of his lessons, I have insisted that my son be present during this hearing. May I introduce to you my son and heir, Rulin Vanan, and gestures to the young elf by his side.
What?
So this elf steps forward, kind of offers his hand to Conrad, who kind of shakes it. A pleasure, sir. I'm glad to make your acquaintance. My father has told me we have much in common with our allies in the north. Yes, Rulin, that will be all, thank you. Kind of a little bit chastised, he takes a step back, but you can see he takes it all in stride very well.
Hey.
Would you say there's a familial resemblance?
No, I would not.
Titus is so fucking confused.
So is Rulin still tuned into the radio?
Probably Triss would have stayed in contact just to be sure. And she's thrown him question marks.
He's
Ooh.
pretending that I never left. This person pretending to be me is just a puppet.
Oh. That's interesting. Give me a second, I'll be back. I'm going to tune into Titus because I can see Goliath's confusion.
Like smoke is coming from the ears, yeah.
And I'm just going to quickly try and explain as best as I can that this is Rulin's father and he's playing pretend. Don't panic.
I didn't make it clear, but I think I would have tried to explain to everyone in advance before I used. I'm backtracking here, but I would have said something. Maybe.
They are playing pretend the same way we play pretend?
A little bit, I think. We'll find out later, don't panic.
I don't like these games.
No, this one particularly sucks. I prefer when we're the ones pretending.
These little people are so sneaky.
Yeah.
Conrad kind of continues with the initial kind of small talk. Well, my lord, it seems that you have an heir to do you proud. He's a fine young gentleman. Why, thank you. I've done my best. It's been challenging raising him without his mother's influence, but I do try and instill in him the values that I hope that I embody in myself.
Does Conrad look like he's got any suspicions about what's going on, or is he just sort of...
Roll me an insight check.
I mean, he's a politician. He can hide anything.
Way.
That's 10.
It seems that he's just carrying on as normal.
Okay.
Now, come, diplomats. You did not come here to exchange pleasantries. I'm certain there is more substance to your visit. Why don't you dismiss your guard and we can talk in private? Conrad looks a little bit uncertain of this. Well, if it's all the same to you, my lord, I'd rather they stay. They're not so much my guards as they are my companions. As you wish. I must say this is unusual. But anyway, I am curious to hear your proposition. What is it that you have come to me for today? Well, my king has asked me to make a trade with the Elefari. It's a bit of a sensitive matter, but we have a desire to expand our army's core of mages. we are reliably informed that this is a matter in which the Ilafari are well versed. We were hoping that an arrangement could be made where you might lend us a core of experienced mages to help us train some of our own. This is an interesting request, and one I suspect is not made lightly. As you know, this is a speciality of ours, and one with which we would not easily give away our superiority. I trust you are offering something equally valuable in return. Well, King Gustav, he's given me a fairly wide array of offers to make to you. I can give you preferential tariff rates on Ilafari goods. I can make sure your merchants turn over a profit probably in excess of 30% greater than what they are already. You can see this kind of notion being weighed up in the eyes of Lord Banan here. He's kind of clearly doing a little bit of mental arithmetic to kind of really gauge the value of such a proposal. It's an enticing offer, but one I fear would not quite do justice to the services of our Magi. I'm sure you understand that whilst we trust our northern brothers, it is a fool who throws away such a hefty advantage for mere coin. I have a counter-proposal. Instead of your tariffs, we would be requiring 600 tons of finest North Parfunian pine timber, as well as the assistance of some of your shipwrights. Perhaps then we could call it even. This time it's Conrad's turn to kind of weigh up such an option. That's a lot of timber. And you can see on his face, he's just trying to calculate the cost that's going to have and whether that's an expense the kingdom can afford. I should point out, in fact, Havel, it's going to be up your street. Roll me a nature check.
And oh wow, that was +7, so it's still a 13.
So, Parfunian pine is an incredibly good wood for building ships. The kind of timber swells up nicely in seawater to form really tight seals, kind of where the planks join up, meaning that kind of ships made in Parfunis tend to be, the finest quality, able to undertake long ocean voyages with, not much wear and tear, and has largely been a kind of a key factor in Parfunis's position as like a trading kind of superpower. They're able to kind of transport goods and that much more conveniently than the other kingdoms. So Conrad, he thinks about this for a while. Well then, it's just a hard bargain you drive, Lord Regent, but I think it's one that I can agree to. I feel that the king would agree with me on that. I see the value of your Magi, and as you say, we are friends and trading partners. It would be rude of us not to offer something commensurately valuable in return. I suppose what remains is to draw up the contract. Yes, that would be very agreeable. Please, Come, I will show you to my drawing room. We can have that charter up and approved in less than an hour, I would say. You could, in fact, who's going to be closest to him? Probably going to be Braxton at that point. Roll me a insight check, please.
One sec. Yeah, that's just a 3.
So it seems that Comrade and Lord Vanan have both struck a mutually beneficial deal here. One which is now off to be ratified, and the arrangements kind of necessary for transport of goods and men and material is going to be drawn up. It seems that these matters of diplomacy are actually fairly straightforward affairs when there's only 2 people involved. Very good. As for your guard, they can wait outside. I will have refreshments provided to them. We will adjourn, and we can have this matter sorted and resolved before the morning is old. And I must insist, tonight, will you join me for a feast? It is the least I can do, seeing as you've gone to all the trouble to travel all this way. Oh, why, yes, the feast sounds marvellous. I'm sure we'd be glad to attend. So, Lord Banan kind of leads Conrad to a side door, which is kind of promptly opened for him by another couple of ceremonial guards, and you can see Rulan follows him, the ersatz Rulan follows him through, clearly learning his statecrafts firsthand. And you guys are kind of left with kind of this honor guard still there. The captain of which, the Dragonborn Yosef, steps forward and kind of ushers you back into the previous hall you were in, and kind of leads you away to a kind of an anteroom. Sure enough, the refreshments offered are provided, and you guys kind of get a lovely kind of array of Ilafari teas and a couple of kind of dainty little kind of not quite cupcakes, but kind of a mixture between them and kind of other smaller canapes. Clearly, again, a bit of a display of wealth.
Are we left alone? Or?
No, the couple of the guards and Yosef stay to keep an eye on you.
Rulan will just look at Triss, like, sort of stare at her for a second.
If she's a little bit oblivious, it takes her a couple of seconds to realise before she tunes into him. Sorry, Rulan, I was being nosy. What's happening? What do you need?
I don't like this.
What are you thinking? There's something going on?
Possibly. Something a little suspicious. Knowing Lord Vanan, this request that he's made, he's got some plans. And
some ulterior motive.
Potentially. Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna just back in a second. Triss is gonna tune into Radio Torek. And just say, Rulan's got concerns. He doesn't think it's good. Is there any way for you to see if there's anything going on in the other room?
Well, like scrying or something.
Potentially.
No, I don't think that's really my bag, hun. Sorry. I mean, I don't need it, but what do I say? Do I just smack it on the table? There are guards here. Come on now.
Maybe you and Rulin could step outside? And then you can get some fresh air and a full name?
I suppose we could. How do we get a full name? I don't know.
I think Rulin might be able to help you out with a full name.
Yep.
I'm going to use minor illusion to make it look like I'm pulling a pipe out of my coat, and I'm going to go out for a smoke. Rulin, want to join me?
Did anyone notice what Torek just said? Mm.
Yeah, I did. Oh dear.
That is a very good question, and one I'm going to roll for.
No! Guy with the fucking IQ 3 play over here.
Wait, what?
Said ruler.
As you say that, you notice the Dragonborn kind of stiffens a little bit. He's too disciplined to really do much else, but you could see now, Torek, that his eyes are burning a hole in you.
Oh, shit, Oh, I fucked up.
Rulin's gonna take an opportunity here. We'll try and meet Yosef's eyes. Does he look?
He is still intent on this gnome.
Rulin will stand up.
He looks to you, and this time is kind of, you see his hand just drift down to his sword.
And it's like Rulin just sort of subtly nods towards an exit door.
So as you kind of nod towards that door, he gets your drift. If you need some air, I can escort you to the gardens.
Please.
He opens the door and kind of marches with you out. Kind of leads you down again a few lesser corridors that you haven't seen for many years now. But with a kind of a sad pang of nostalgia, they come flooding back to you. I mean, you could have found your way out. You knew the way, but kind of being marched off by Yosef seems to bring back a few memories of its own.
I'm with them, right?
With your pipe, yeah. I'm assuming that was just implied, but they're not going to let you smoke indoors. It'd be a nightmare to get that out of the carpet. That would smell.
Damn bands.
So you guys are kind of escorted back to the gardens, and Yosef actually pulls out a pipe of his own and kind of offers you guys some matches to light those up.
Thank you, we've got our own.
So, Rulin will just say, "Are we alone?"
Just you, me, the gnome, and the gods.
So, Rulin will just look at Titus and just say, "Drop the spell."
Torek.
Torek, excuse me.
Titus for shaman.
I shall lift the spell.
So, Torek, we dropping the spell?
Dropping a spell?
Are we dropping the spell?
The altar spell.
Oh, yeah. I will, Oh, you're dropping the, I was thinking I could try
Rulin spell. The spell for Rulin. The spell specifically designed
Rulin spell.
The Rulin one.
Oh, man.
Which spell? The Rulin one.
I was just...
Pull the lever, Torek!
Yeah, I know. I was trying to think if there's a way out of this, but the jig is basically up, so...
For Yosef, anyway.
I mean, the guy does know, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, I dropped the spell then.
So as you kind of drop the spell, kind of the transformation is much faster this time, and you kind of reassume your normal form. You can see Yosef kind of just chokes on the kind of smoke he was inhaling. By the gods, human! He just kind of grabs you in like a massive bear hug. I thought you were dead, boy.
Nope. No, not quite.
He kind of lets you go, but keeps both hands on his on your shoulders. And he just kind of stares at you, and this is a rare display of any form of emotion from Yosef here. He's usually fairly stony faced.
Well, it's good to see you, Master Yosef.
Well, you've got some bloody explaining to do.
Indeed. But, I didn't find myself back here by my own design. We are indeed here with Conrad. There's no secret there, but I didn't know we were coming to see Lord Vernon, so I disguised myself so as not to be recognized. I certainly wasn't expecting to find what we found here, though.
Well, it was chaos after you left. The whole contingent of house servants were put to the sword. No one could find out about your disappearance. He went to the streets and found an urchin who looked close enough to you, and he's been pretending ever since. He thought that if anybody ever found out that his own son and heir had gone missing, it would be a display of weakness. For 20 years, I've been training the lad. We've all been instructed to serve him as if he were the true son of Lucius Vernon. Well, that is those of us who know. There are only a handful of us deemed too valuable and irreplaceable to be disposed of.
But not the house staff.
No, it was a bloody day. I'm not proud of this.
No. Yeah. Joseph, what's going on here? What is it that Lord Vernon wants?
Same thing he's always wanted. Everything.
Is there something going on with... clearly he wants ships, but it can't just be simple with it. There has to be some motive for why he's doing this. Is there something going on?
He keeps his plans to himself, does Lord Vernon. He is many things, but a trusting man he is not.
Well, it has me feeling uneasy anyway. He won't do any harm to Conrad, would he?
No, he's ambitious, but he's not stupid. He's not going to hurt a diplomat of Parfunas.
No, that's good.
I'm more concerned about him hurting you. Anybody in this city knows you're here. You won't be here for long.
I see, all the time that I've been gone, Joseph, I've always had this awful feeling that I've left something undone. That perhaps running away was not the path I should have taken. Perhaps I should have done something to stop my father's evil. Perhaps there is still something I can do to stop him.
Well, lad, I'm no philosopher, and I can't tell you. if what you've done is right or not. But it looks like you haven't ended up like your old man. I'd call that a win.
No. Well, I moved up north and I joined a Slayers Guild of all things.
Huh. Well, it seems that all those sword lessons I taught you are actually paying off then.
Well, yes, my studies with the monks expanded on that a little. And I traded the sword for a spear a while ago.
Well, I can't say it'd be my choice, but and again, you're faster and smaller than I am.
Of course, I do trust that you will keep this knowledge to yourself for now.
Well, I don't want to see your head on a pike, so yes, I'll keep my mouth shut.
Okay.
But you're playing with fire here, Rulin.
Yeah, I'm aware. But
He's only been furthering himself in these 2 decades past. He's a more powerful man now than he was when you left, and he was powerful then.
Is there something that can be done, Yosef? Is there anything that I could do, that I could have done to stop what he is? If I'd have stayed and taken over the family, could I have maybe undone some of the wrong?
Lad, I think short of plunging a dagger in him, there's not much that can unmake what has made Lucius Vernon.
Short of plunging a dagger in.
Well, that being said, whatever he is, and whatever wrong he has done, you can't deny that he's brought stability to the Empire, and that's something that this Empire's been lacking. He's managed to scheme, connive, blackmail, and bribe pretty much most of the houses into at least compliance. There are only 4 assassinations that I've heard of this year.
Only 4? Wow. Well, I suspect our business may come back this way again, and we may... Well, this may not be the last time that we meet Yosef. As I said, I do have unfinished business here, and I've been running for a long, long time. One day I'll have to face my past, and I'll have to face him, and I hope that I can call you an ally when that time comes.
Well, then I'll admit it's a tall ask. What you're asking is treason, after all.
Not treason. It's the right thing. It's the good thing.
Good thing or no, he's the Lord Regent. That is treason, my boy.
Okay. Well, I certainly hope we don't see each other on opposite sides of this anyway.
Me too, my lad. Me too.
Well, should probably head back inside, and Tarek, would you mind?
Yes, I think it's about time for your medicine, Robin. God, I'm not going to make that mistake again.
Yes. It's been...
And I'll alter him again.
Mm-hmm. So the kind of place and room, you are back to the ship's cook in all his glory. Dolasar, why did I say Dolasar? I'm thinking of a wrong Dragonborn. I'm not racist, I swear. Yosef,
The same.
Yosef kind of leads you back, kind of up the winding passageways into the anteroom, where you kind of rejoin your companions. And you're soon joined by Conrad, who kind of has a bit of a smile on his face and a kind of a slightly large than average scroll case, kind of stuffed into his bag. Right then, well, I'm happy to report that that's probably one of the smoothest diplomatic endeavours I've ever been a part of. Interesting chap, that Lord Banan. I'd heard good things about him from my friends in court. They always said he was a man for law and order, and it seems that they were right. He's doing an exemplary job from what I've been shown. As it happens, he has a bit of a task for you. It's we were chatting, and he asked about my ragtag bunch of companions, and I told him that you were slayers, and as it so happens, he has a need for those services. I told him that I'm more than happy to spend a couple of days exploring the wonders of Weirden. If you fancied taking that on before we head back to Parfumis. But obviously I didn't want to sign you up for anything without asking you first, so it's entirely up to you.
We could discuss it outside.
Certainly. Well then, he kind of nods to Joseph. If you wouldn't mind, I think we're quite done here. So you guys follow Joseph back out through these gardens and kind of let out of these gates and find yourselves back on the streets of Weirden with a series of decisions ahead of you, which we will save for next time. But good session, everyone. Got a fair bit done today. Sorry there was no combat, but it was a bit of a storyline setup.
Yeah, no shit.
Today.
God damn.
That's right, next session we'll just go murder hobo.
Just
Kill
one
the
murder in
rule.
particular.
Straight off.
My last note of the session was the asshole has a quest for us. Fuck.
The murderous lawbringer.
Yes. Fucking way.
Cool. Well, same time next week.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
Hmm.